Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. It happened last semester at my university, and I still don't have any explanation for what I saw that night. I'm not the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what I experienced genuinely terrified me, and I can't explain it rationally, no matter how hard I try. I've struggled with insomnia since high school, but it got way worse when I started college. Between the stress of exams, living in a noisy dorm, and my mind racing with a million thoughts, falling asleep became almost impossible some nights. I tried everything: melatonin, white noise machines, cutting caffeine, even meditation apps. Nothing worked consistently, so I developed this habit of taking walks when I couldn't sleep. Usually around 2 or 3 in the morning, I'd just get up, put on a hoodie and some sneakers, and wander around campus for an hour or so. The physical activity helped tire me out, and there was something peaceful about having the whole place to myself. Our campus is actually pretty safe. There are emergency phones everywhere, and campus security does regular patrols. I'd been doing these walks for almost a year without any issues. There's this forest that cuts through the center of our campus. It's not huge, maybe half a mile across, with a paved path running through it that connects the science buildings to the humanities departments. During the day, it's always full of students rushing to class or hanging out on the benches. At night, though, it's completely deserted, and the university doesn't keep the path lit after midnight to save energy or something. I'd walked through it a few times before during daylight, but I always avoided it at night because, well, it's creepy as hell when it's dark. There are 2 small wooden bridges over a creek that runs through it, and the trees are really dense on both sides of the path. But this particular night, it was a Tuesday in October, I was feeling restless and decided to take a different route. It was around 2:30 in the morning when I approached the forest entrance. The night was clear but moonless, making it pitch black beyond the tree line. I remember hesitating for a moment, but then I thought, don't be stupid. It's just a path through some trees. I turned on my phone's flashlight and started walking. The temperature seemed to drop as soon as I entered. I could hear leaves crunching under my feet and the distant sound of the creek. My flashlight only illuminated about 10 feet ahead of me, and everything beyond that was just darkness. The path twisted slightly, so I couldn't see all the way through to the other side. I crossed the first bridge without any issues. The wooden planks creaked under my weight, and I remember thinking how loud everything seemed in the silence. I was maybe 5 minutes into the forest when I heard it, a snap, like a twig breaking, somewhere behind me. I stopped and turned around, pointing my flashlight back the way I came. At first I didn't see anything unusual, just trees and undergrowth. Then I noticed something between 2 large oak trees about 20 feet back. I still don't know how to describe it properly. It wasn't exactly a person, but it was roughly human-sized and vaguely human-shaped. But it had no clear features, just this formless, pale white mass that seemed to be standing upright. My first thought was that it was someone wearing some kind of white sheet or costume, but that didn't make sense at nearly 3 in the morning in the middle of a forest. I stood frozen, trying to make sense of what I was looking at. The longer I stared, the more unsettled I felt. It wasn't moving, but somehow I got the overwhelming sense that it was watching me. I called out, "Hello?" My voice sounded thin and scared even to my own ears. There was no response. Part of me wanted to go back and investigate, to prove to myself it was just a trick of the light or maybe a plastic bag caught in the trees. Anything normal, but I couldn't make myself move toward it. Every instinct was screaming at me to get away. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I decided to keep going forward since I was already halfway through the forest. I turned and continued down the path, walking a bit faster but trying not to run. Running felt like it would acknowledge that I was scared, that there was something to be scared of. I kept telling myself it was nothing, probably just my mind playing tricks on me. After another minute of walking, I glanced back over my shoulder. The white figure was gone. I felt a momentary relief that lasted about 3 seconds, until I turned forward again and saw it standing on the path ahead of me. This time it was closer, maybe 15 feet away, and I could see it more clearly in my flashlight beam. It still had that same formless quality, like a sheet hanging in the air with nothing inside it, but now I could make out what seemed like folds or ripples in its surface. It was just standing there, blocking the path. I stopped dead in my tracks. My whole body went cold with fear. This wasn't a person. It didn't move like a person. It didn't even seem solid in the normal sense. I started backing up slowly, not taking my eyes off it. That's when it moved toward me, not walking exactly, but advancing somehow. It didn't have legs that I could see, but it was definitely getting closer. I don't remember deciding to run. 1 second I was backing away, and the next I was sprinting back the way I came, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly across the path. I was gasping for breath, not from exertion but from pure panic. As I approached the first bridge again, I risked a glance back and saw the white figure following me. It was moving faster now, still with that same gliding motion that didn't look like running or walking. It was maybe 30 feet behind me. I ran harder than I've ever run in my life. My lungs were burning and I kept thinking I was going to trip on a root or rock. Just as I reached the far side of the bridge, my foot slipped in a patch of mud. I went down hard, twisting my ankle and landing on my side. My phone flew from my hand, the flashlight still on, but now pointing uselessly into the trees. I scrambled to grab my phone, ignoring the pain shooting up from my ankle. When I pointed the light back toward the bridge, I expected to see the figure right on top of me. But there was nothing there, just the empty bridge and the dark forest beyond. I didn't wait around to see if it would reappear. I limped as fast as I could toward the forest exit, constantly looking over my shoulder. My ankle throbbed with each step, but adrenaline kept me moving. When I finally reached the edge of the forest and stepped onto the lit campus sidewalk, the strangest thing happened. All the fear and dread I'd been feeling suddenly lifted. It was like crossing some invisible boundary. I still hurt from my fall, but that overwhelming sense of terror was just gone. I stood there on the sidewalk, breathing hard, staring back into the darkness of the forest path. I couldn't see anything unusual now, but I knew what I'd seen. I waited there for nearly 10 minutes, partly to catch my breath and partly to see if the figure would emerge from the trees. It never did. I limped back to my dorm, my mind racing. What the hell had I just encountered? Was it a prank, some weird light phenomenon, an actual ghost? None of the explanations I came up with made any sense. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just sat on my bed with the lights on, going over and over what had happened. By morning, my ankle was swollen and bruised, but that was the only physical evidence of my experience. I told my girlfriend about it over breakfast. She's usually skeptical about this kind of stuff, but she could tell how shaken up I was. She suggested we go back to the forest in daylight to look around. So that afternoon, we walked through the exact same path. Everything looked completely different in the sunlight, just a normal forest with trees, a creek, and a well-maintained path. We found the spot where I'd slipped. There was still a skid mark in the mud. We also checked out the areas where I'd seen the figure. There was nothing unusual, no white fabric caught in the trees, no signs that anyone else had been there. My girlfriend tried to comfort me, suggesting it might have been an animal or maybe even a fellow insomniac out for a walk who got spooked when I started running. But I know what I saw wasn't human, and it definitely wasn't an animal. Over the next few weeks, I went back to the forest several more times, always during daylight and always with other people. I never saw the white figure again. I even forced myself to walk through at dusk once, when it was getting dark, but not completely night yet. Nothing happened, but I haven't walked through that forest alone at night since then. My insomnia is still bad, and I still take late-night walks when I can't sleep, but I stick to the well-lit parts of campus now. It's been 4 months, and I still don't have any explanation for what I saw that night. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was just my tired mind playing tricks on me, or maybe even a vivid hallucination brought on by sleep deprivation. But then I remember how real it felt, how my body reacted with genuine fear before my mind could even process what I was seeing. Whatever it was, it seemed bound to that forest somehow. And sometimes, when I'm walking near the edge of those trees at night, I get the distinct feeling that something is watching me from the darkness, waiting for me to step back onto that path. Story 2. I've never really told anyone about this. Not fully, anyway. It's been over 20 years, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I guess I've always tried to convince myself it was just my imagination running wild as a kid, but after what happened at dinner with my brother and dad a few months ago, I can't keep pretending anymore. Growing up in Nottingham, our semi-detached house was pretty normal from the outside. Nothing special, just a typical English suburban home with brick walls and a small garden. My brother and I shared a bedroom on the first floor. It was a decent size with 2 single beds, a wardrobe, and a desk where we'd do our homework. The unique thing about our room was the door to the loft. Not a pull-down ladder like most houses have. This was an actual door with a staircase behind it. The loft itself was converted into a small office bedroom space with an ensuite bathroom. When I was around 8, my parents' marriage started falling apart. They tried to hide it from us, but kids always know. My dad began sleeping in the loft and using it as his workspace. I got used to hearing him moving around up there, his heavy footsteps pacing back and forth as he talked on the phone about work stuff, the creaking of the office chair, the sound of him coming down the stairs when he needed something from downstairs. Then one day he just didn't come home. My mum sat us down and explained they were separating. Dad had moved out and found a flat closer to his office. I remember feeling numb rather than sad. Maybe I'd already accepted it was coming. About a week after he left, I was doing homework on my bed when I heard it for the first time. Footsteps in the loft. The familiar sound of someone walking across the floor above my head. The exact same pattern my dad used to make. Slow, deliberate steps from one end to the other. I froze, pencil hovering over my math problems. My first thought was that Dad had come back, maybe to get some of his things. I called out, "Dad?" No answer. Just more footsteps. I went downstairs to ask Mum if Dad was home. She looked at me strangely and said no, he wasn't. I told her I could hear someone walking around in the loft, and she sighed, put down her magazine, and came upstairs with me. By the time we got back to my room, the footsteps had stopped. "It's just the house settling, Ollie," she said, ruffling my hair. "Old houses make noises, especially when the temperature changes." I nodded and pretended to believe her, but I knew what I'd heard. That wasn't the house settling, that was someone walking. Over the next few weeks, it happened more and more frequently. Always when I was alone in my room, or when my brother was asleep. The footsteps would start at one end of the loft, pace to the other, then back again. Sometimes they'd stop abruptly, like whoever was up there had suddenly frozen in place. Other times they'd continue for ages, the same path over and over. The worst was when they'd approach the loft door. I'd hear them getting closer and closer, the floorboards creaking under invisible weight. Then they'd stop right on the other side of the door, just waiting. Those moments were when I'd dive under my covers, heart hammering so loud I was sure it could be heard throughout the house. I tried to tell my mum several times, but she always dismissed it as my imagination or normal house noises. My brother, who was 11 at the time, just rolled his eyes and called me a baby. No one believed me, so eventually I stopped mentioning it. One evening, about 3 months after Dad left, I was doing homework when I heard something different. The footsteps started in the loft as usual, but then I heard the door handle turn. I looked up, paralyzed, as the loft door slowly opened about 6 inches. Nobody was there, just darkness beyond the door. Then, with a force that made the walls shake, it slammed shut. The bang was so loud that my mum came running upstairs. "What was that?" she demanded, looking around the room. "The loft door," I whispered, pointing with a shaking finger. "It opened by itself and then slammed shut." She frowned and went to check the door, opening it and looking up the stairs. "There's nobody up there, Ollie. The wind must have caught it." But there was no wind. All the windows were closed. After that, the door opening and slamming became a regular occurrence. Sometimes it would happen multiple times a night. My brother finally admitted he could hear it too, but he refused to talk about it beyond that. He'd just pull his covers over his head and pretend to be asleep. Sometimes I'd hear the footsteps while everyone else was downstairs watching TV. I'd check the time, usually around 9 in the evening, and think maybe Mum had gone up to use the bathroom. But when I'd call down to her, she'd answer from the living room. Nobody was in the loft. A few times, I gathered enough courage to open the door myself when I heard the footsteps stop right on the other side. Every single time, the moment I turned the handle, the footsteps would stop. I'd push the door open to find an empty staircase leading up to the dark loft. And yet, the second I closed the door again, the footsteps would resume. One particular incident still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. It was during summer break, about a year after Dad had moved out. Mum had popped to the shops, and my brother was at a friend's house. I was alone, watching cartoons in the living room. It was a bright, sunny day, the kind where nothing scary should happen. The footsteps started around 11 in the morning. I could hear them clearly, even with the TV on, heavy steps moving from one end of the loft to the other. I tried to ignore them, turning up the volume on the TV. But then I heard the loft door open. The footsteps were on the stairs now, coming down slowly. Thud, 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 each step deliberate and heavy. Then they crossed my bedroom floor above me. I sat frozen on the sofa, remote clutched in my sweaty hand, as the footsteps reached the top of the main staircase, the one that led down to where I was sitting. They started coming down, one step at a time, getting closer and closer to me. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. My breath was caught in my throat as the invisible presence descended the stairs behind me. About halfway down, I finally broke free from my paralysis. I started singing "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" at the top of my lungs, as loud as I possibly could. I don't know why that song. It just came out. Maybe because it reminded me of when I was smaller and felt safe. I kept singing, almost screaming the words, my eyes squeezed shut. When I finally ran out of breath and opened my eyes, the footsteps had stopped. The house was silent, except for the cartoon still playing on TV. When Mum came home 10 minutes later, she found me still sitting rigidly on the sofa, tear tracks dried on my cheeks. I didn't tell her what happened. I knew she wouldn't believe me. After that day, I started spending as little time as possible in the house. I'd go to friends' places after school, hang out at the library, play in the park until Mum called me for dinner. Anything to avoid being alone in that house. The activity seemed to peak when I was around 10, then gradually decreased. By the time I was 12, the footsteps were rare, and by 14 they'd stopped completely. Or maybe I'd just gotten better at blocking them out. Either way, as I grew older, I convinced myself it had all been my overactive imagination, the stress of my parents' divorce manifesting in strange ways. Life moved on. I went to university, got a job, moved to London. Our old house became a distant memory, the footsteps nothing more than a weird childhood phase I'd gone through. Then, about 3 months ago, my brother and I met up with Dad for dinner. We don't see him often, maybe once or twice a year. So these dinners tend to be awkward catch-up sessions where we try to cram months of life updates into a few hours. After a few glasses of wine, the conversation turned to childhood memories. Dad was talking about how he missed our old house, and I laughed, saying, "Well, I don't miss my imaginary ghost in the loft." My brother's fork clattered onto his plate. His face had gone completely white, like he'd seen, well, a ghost. "You heard it too?" he whispered, staring at me with wide eyes. "Heard what?" I asked, though I already knew. "The footsteps in the loft, after Dad moved out." Dad looked between us, confused. "What are you two talking about?" My brother ignored him, still staring at me. "They'd pace back and forth, right? And sometimes the door would open by itself and then slam shut so hard the walls shook." I felt cold all over, like someone had poured ice water down my spine. "You heard them too? Why didn't you ever say anything?" "I thought you'd think I was crazy. You were younger. I was supposed to be the tough one." He leaned forward. "Did you ever see anything?" I shook my head. "No, but one time when Mum was at the shops and you were at Jamie's house, the footsteps came down from the loft, through our room, and started coming down the main staircase." My brother's face drained of what little color it had left. "That happened to me too, exactly the same way. I hid in the bathroom until Mum came home." We spent the rest of dinner exchanging stories, confirming details only the two of us could know. The specific pattern of the footsteps, the way the door would open slowly before slamming, how the footsteps would stop the moment you opened the loft door to check. Dad sat there looking bewildered, occasionally trying to offer rational explanations that we both shot down. He never experienced anything, because he'd actually lived in the loft. Whatever was up there only appeared after he left. I still don't know what was in our loft all those years ago. I don't believe in ghosts, not really. But I can't explain what my brother and I both experienced, the identical details we remembered independently after all these years. Sometimes at night, when my flat creaks and settles, I find myself holding my breath, listening for that familiar heavy tread. And sometimes, just before I fall asleep, I could swear I hear footsteps pacing back and forth overhead, even though I live on the top floor. Story 3. I've never been someone who believes in ghosts or anything supernatural. I always rolled my eyes when people talked about hauntings or spirits. At least, that was before the summer of 2011. I was 15 at the time, enjoying my summer break in Berlin, where I'd lived my entire life. My best friend Sophia was over at my house that day. We'd been friends since elementary school, and she practically lived at my place during the summers. My parents both worked, so we had the house to ourselves most days. That particular day was nothing special at first. It was hot, probably around 30 degrees Celsius, and we were lying on my bedroom floor with a fan pointed directly at us. My bedroom was on the second floor of this old house my family had owned since before I was born. It originally belonged to my great-grandparents who built it in the 1950s, and my parents inherited it when my great-grandma died. I should mention that my room used to be my great-grandparents' bedroom. It always felt a bit weird knowing that, especially since my great-grandpa had actually died in this room when my mom was a teenager. Not that I thought about it much. It happened way before I was born. Anyway, Sophia and I were just doing typical teenage stuff, listening to music, flipping through magazines, and complaining about how hot it was. My brother Jacob had gone to a friend's house, my dad was at work, and my mom had gone grocery shopping. The house was completely quiet, except for the fan and our music. My bedroom isn't huge, maybe 4 by 5 meters. I had my bed against one wall, a desk opposite it, and a TV stand against the wall facing the foot of my bed. The floor was carpeted. This old beige carpet that had probably been there since the 80s. All the windows and the door were closed because we had the fan running and didn't want to mess up the airflow. Around 2 in the afternoon, we were both lying on our stomachs on the floor, heads propped up on pillows, watching some stupid YouTube videos on my laptop. Jakob's reading glasses were sitting on the TV stand where he'd left them the night before when he was in my room borrowing a charger. I remember noticing them earlier and thinking I should return them to his room, but I was too lazy. That's when it happened. We heard this distinct thump behind us. It wasn't super loud, but in the quiet of the room with just the low hum of the fan, it stood out. We both turned around at the same time, and I immediately saw Jakob's glasses lying on the carpet. But here's the thing, they weren't directly below the TV stand where they'd been sitting. They were about 1.5 meters away, in the middle of the floor. For a second, we just stared at them. I remember feeling this ice-cold sensation wash over me despite the heat. "Did you see that?" Sophia whispered. I shook my head. We'd both been facing the other direction, but we both knew, those glasses had been on the TV stand just minutes before. I sat up and looked around the room. The windows were still closed, the door was shut. The fan wasn't pointed anywhere near the TV stand. It was aimed at us on the floor. There were no pets in the house, no breeze, nothing that could explain how a pair of glasses could just launch themselves across the room. "Maybe they just fell," I suggested, trying to find some logical explanation. "Emma, they're in the middle of the floor," Sophia said, her voice shaky. "They didn't just fall. They would have landed right below the stand if they fell." She was right. For the glasses to land where they did, someone would have had to throw them. But there was nobody else in the room. I still remember the feeling that crawled up my spine, this awareness that something impossible had just happened right in front of us. I got up and checked the hallway, thinking maybe Jakob had come home and was playing a trick on us. But the house was empty and silent. When I came back to my room, Sophia was standing as far from the glasses as possible, pressed against my closet. "I don't like this," she said. Her face had gone completely pale. "I really don't like this." I tried to act brave, but my hands were shaking as I picked up the glasses. They were completely intact, not broken or damaged, just lying there in a spot they couldn't possibly have reached on their own. That's when we both screamed. Not because anything else happened, but because the reality of what we'd witnessed finally hit us. The glasses had moved by themselves. 1 second they were on the TV stand, and the next they were flying across the room. We ran downstairs and sat on the front porch, refusing to go back inside until my mum came home about 20 minutes later. When we tried to explain what happened, she just laughed and said we were letting our imaginations run wild. "The glasses probably just fell because they were too close to the edge," she said, not even bothering to consider how they could have landed so far from the stand. "Mom, they moved almost 2 meters. Things don't just fall sideways," I insisted, but she just ruffled my hair and told me to stop watching horror movies. But Sophia and I knew what we'd seen. We spent the rest of the day downstairs, too freaked out to go back to my room. When Sophia went home that evening, she made me promise to call her if anything else weird happened. That night, I had to sleep in that room, and it was honestly one of the worst nights of my life. I kept staring at the TV stand, expecting more objects to fly across the room. Every tiny noise made me jump. I ended up leaving my light on all night. The thing is, this wasn't the first strange occurrence in that house, just the most obvious. Throughout my childhood, I'd heard weird noises at night, footsteps in the hallway when everyone was asleep, creaking from empty rooms, sometimes even what sounded like whispering. My parents always explained it away. It's just the house settling, or probably mice in the attic, or the wind against the windows. But after the glasses incident, all those explanations felt hollow. I started remembering other things. How my toys would sometimes not be where I left them. How the temperature in certain parts of the house would drop for no reason. How my brother and I both hated going into the basement because it felt like someone was watching us. I've always wondered if it had something to do with my great-grandparents. My mom told me once that my great-grandma was really upset about selling the house when she got too old to live alone. But my parents convinced her to sign it over to them so it could stay in the family. She died just a few weeks after moving to a nursing home, and like I mentioned, my great-grandpa had died in what was now my bedroom. For the rest of that summer, more strange things happened, but nothing as dramatic as the glasses. Items would disappear and reappear in different places. Doors we'd closed would be open in the morning. The TV in the living room turned on by itself twice in the middle of the night. My parents never took it seriously. They always found some rational explanation, but Sophia and I knew better. We started researching ghosts and hauntings online, trying to make sense of what was happening. We even tried to communicate with whatever was in the house using a homemade Ouija board, which thankfully never worked. The activity seemed to peak that summer and then gradually lessened over the following months. By Christmas, things had mostly returned to normal, though I never felt completely comfortable in my room again. Sophia and I still talk about it sometimes, usually late at night when one of us can't sleep and calls the other. We go over every detail, reassuring ourselves that we weren't imagining things. 12 years have passed, and I've moved out of my parents' house, but I still think about that day often. I've tried to find scientific explanations for what happened. Maybe there was an earthquake too small for us to feel, but strong enough to move the glasses. Maybe the fan created some weird air current we didn't understand. Maybe the TV stand was uneven and vibrations in the house caused the glasses to slowly slide off in that direction. But none of these explanations feel right. The glasses moved too far, too suddenly. The logical part of my brain still wants to dismiss it, but another part knows what Sophia and I experienced was real. Something unexplainable happened in that room, something that defied the laws of physics as I understand them. I'm 27 now, and I've never experienced anything like that again. But whenever I visit my parents and walk past my old bedroom, I feel a chill. Not fear exactly, but an awareness that there are things in this world I don't understand. Sometimes when I'm staying over at my parents' house, I swear I can hear footsteps in the hallway at night, just like when I was a kid. And occasionally, very occasionally, I'll wake up to the sound of what seems like someone whispering my name. I never tell my parents about this. They just say I'm being silly. But Sophia understands. She was there. She saw it too. We both know what happened that summer afternoon in 2011. We both know that a pair of glasses moved by themselves in an empty, closed room, and neither of us has ever found a way to explain it. Story 4. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. Even now, my hands are trembling as I type this. I'm not sure if sharing it will bring me peace or just drag those memories back to the surface. But I need to tell someone who might understand. I grew up in San Miguel, a small riverside town where everyone knew each other's business. My mother, Maria, never spoke much about her past, but the sadness in her eyes told me there was something she carried deep inside. It wasn't until I was 16, in the summer of 1967, that I learned the truth about why she would sometimes stare at the river with tears streaming down her face. It was a particularly hot afternoon when I found her sitting on our porch, clutching an old navy blue ribbon that had faded with time. The edges were frayed, and it looked like it had been handled countless times over the years. "Elena," she said, patting the space next to her, "I think it's time I told you about Gabriel." The story she shared changed everything I understood about my mother, and about the strange occurrences that had haunted our home for as long as I could remember. Back in 1949, my mother was just 18 years old. San Miguel was even smaller then, with just one church and a main street where everyone gathered on weekends. Mom had been part of the church youth group, and they'd planned a summer picnic by the riverside, a tradition that brought the whole community together. "I woke up so early that day," Mom told me, her voice distant as if she was right back there. "I couldn't sleep because I knew Gabriel would be there." Gabriel Reyes was apparently the most charming boy in San Miguel. Everyone called him Mr. Charming because he had this way about him, always smiling, always making people feel special. He played guitar at church gatherings and had the kind of voice that made the old ladies weep during hymns. Mom had been in love with him since she was 15, though she'd barely spoken more than a few sentences to him. She'd spent hours choosing her outfit for the picnic, a white summer dress with tiny yellow flowers embroidered around the hem. She'd tied her favorite navy blue ribbon in her hair, the one her grandmother had given her for her confirmation. When she arrived at the riverside with her friends, Gabriel was already there, sitting under a willow tree with his guitar. Mum said her heart nearly stopped when he looked up, smiled directly at her, and patted the ground beside him. The whole afternoon felt like a dream, she said. He played songs just for me, Elena. Not for anyone else, for me. As the day grew hotter, someone suggested swimming. The river in San Miguel had always been treacherous in certain spots, with strong currents that could pull even the strongest swimmers under. But there was a calm section where the young people would gather, and a deeper area downstream where the boys would show off by jumping from the rocks. Before joining his friends in the water, Gabriel had pulled my mother aside. He'd asked if he could visit our family home later that evening to speak with her father, my grandfather. Mom knew what that meant. In those days, a boy didn't ask to speak to your father unless he wanted permission to court you officially. I was so happy I could barely breathe, Mom told me. I untied my ribbon and wrapped it around his wrist. I told him to keep it and bring it back when he came to see Papa that night. It was my way of making sure he wouldn't change his mind. Gabriel had kissed her cheek, her first kiss, and promised to return the ribbon that very night. Then he jogged off to join the other boys at the jumping rocks. Mum stayed with the girls in the shallow water, laughing and splashing, her mind already racing ahead to the evening when Gabriel would come calling. Then the screams started. One of the younger boys came running along the riverbank, crying that Gabriel had jumped and never come back up. The current was stronger than usual that day because of recent rains upstream. The adults formed a search party immediately, but hours passed without any sign of him. For 7 days, the men of San Miguel searched the river. Mum barely ate or slept, spending every waking moment at the riverside, praying they would find him alive. On the 7th day, 2 fishermen discovered Gabriel's body nearly 5 miles downstream, caught in a tangle of branches. The navy blue ribbon was still tied around his wrist, Mom whispered, tears falling onto the faded ribbon she held. They returned it to me after they found him. I remember hugging her as she sobbed, finally understanding why she never swam in the river, why she flinched at the sound of guitar music, why she kept that ribbon in a small wooden box by her bed. But that wasn't the whole story. After Gabriel died, I couldn't sleep, Mom continued. I started learning to play guitar because it made me feel closer to him somehow. That's when the strange things began happening. About a month after the funeral, Mom woke in the middle of the night to the soft sound of guitar strings being strummed. At first, she thought she was dreaming, that her grief was creating echoes of Gabriel. But the music was clear, playing the exact melody he had played for her at the riverside that day. She'd gotten out of bed and followed the sound to the front porch, but there was nothing there, just the empty night and the distant rush of the river. This happened several times over the following weeks, always the same song, always stopping abruptly when she tried to find its source. My grandparents told her it was just her imagination, that grief could play tricks on the mind. Then came the night of the storm. It was exactly 3 months after Gabriel's death, in the middle of October. Rain lashed against the windows of my grandparents' house, and thunder shook the foundations. At exactly 3 in the morning, loud knocking echoed through the house. 3 distinct knocks, then silence. My grandfather got up to check, finding nothing but the howling wind and sheets of rain. He returned to bed, telling my grandmother and mother that it was just a branch hitting the house. But as soon as he settled back under the covers, the knocking came again. Louder this time, more insistent. 3 knocks, then 3 more, then 3 more. Frustrated, my grandfather went to check again. This time, when he reached the front door, he found it standing wide open, and on the wooden floor of the entryway were wet footprints leading inside. "Papa followed the footprints through the house," Mom told me, her voice barely audible over the evening crickets. "They led straight to my bedroom door, then disappeared. The family searched the entire house but found no one. The doors and windows were all locked from the inside. And stranger still, despite the torrential rain outside, the footprints were not like someone had stepped in puddles. They looked like someone had just come from the river, leaving behind not just water, but small traces of river silt." "I always believed it was Gabriel," Mom said, carefully folding the ribbon between her fingers. "Coming to return my ribbon and ask Papa for permission to court me, just like he promised." After she finished her story, I understood why Mom would sometimes freeze in the middle of cooking dinner, her head tilted as if listening for something just beyond hearing. Why she insisted on keeping my bedroom window locked, even on the hottest summer nights. Why she would occasionally place a fresh flower beside that faded ribbon, especially on the anniversary of that picnic day. But what Mom didn't know, what I'd never told her, was that I'd heard the guitar music too. It started on my 13th birthday. I'd woken up at midnight to the soft strumming of guitar strings outside my window, thinking it was one of the local boys trying to be romantic. There was a tradition of serenades in San Miguel. I'd crept to the window and peered out. There was a figure standing beneath the old oak tree in our yard. In the darkness, I could just make out the shape of a young man with a guitar, his head bowed as he played. I remember being confused because the style was old-fashioned, the kind of music they played in my grandparents' day, not the rock and roll my friends and I listened to. I'd blinked, and the figure was gone. Just gone. Not running away or walking off, but simply no longer there. Over the years, I'd seen him several more times, always at a distance, always playing that same haunting melody. I never told Mom because I didn't want to upset her, but after hearing her story, I realized who I'd been seeing. That night after Mom shared her story with me, I couldn't sleep. I sat by my window, staring out at the yard where I'd spotted the guitarist so many times before. The moon was full, casting silver light across the grass. As if my thoughts had summoned him, I saw movement near the oak tree. He appeared more solid this time, a young man in clothes from another era, his white shirt glowing in the moonlight. The guitar hung from a strap across his shoulder, and even from a distance I could see something tied around his wrist, something navy blue. My heart pounding, I slowly opened my window. The melody drifted up clearly now, sweet, sorrowful notes that seemed to carry all the pain of a love cut short. Without thinking, I called out to him, "Gabriel!" The music stopped abruptly. His head lifted, and though I couldn't make out his features clearly, I felt his gaze lock with mine. For a long moment, we just stared at each other across the yard, across time itself. Then he smiled. I swear I could see it even in the darkness, and lifted his hand in a small wave. The ribbon on his wrist fluttered in a breeze I couldn't feel. He turned as if to go, and panic gripped me. "Wait," I called. "My mother, she still misses you." Gabriel paused, his back to me. Slowly, he reached up and plucked one string on the guitar, a single note that hung in the air between us. Then he simply faded, becoming transparent until there was nothing left but the empty yard and the rustling leaves of the oak tree. Next morning, I found something on the front porch. A single wildflower, the same kind that had grown by the riverside back in the 60s, with a few drops of water still clinging to its stem. Not rainwater, river water. And beside it, barely visible in the early morning light, a damp footprint. I never saw Gabriel again after that night, though sometimes, when the house is quiet and the river mist rolls in from the valley, I think I can hear the faint strumming of guitar strings, an unfinished serenade that will echo through our family forever. Mum passed away last spring. Among her possessions, I found the navy blue ribbon, carefully preserved in tissue paper. But something was different about it. A small piece had been cut from one end, a piece about the size of what I'd seen tied around Gabriel's wrist that night under the oak tree. I still don't have explanations for what happened in San Miguel all those years ago, or why Gabriel's spirit remained. All I know is that some promises transcend even death itself, and sometimes love leaves echoes that never truly fade away. Story 5. I've always been more open to the paranormal than most people. Growing up in a family where everyone's had their own ghost encounters will do that to you. My mom used to tell us stories about how she'd see her grandmother sitting at the foot of her bed years after she passed. My sister swears our childhood dog still follows her around the house. So when weird stuff started happening in my office, I wasn't exactly shocked, just annoyed. It all started about 7 months ago after I moved into my place in Riverview Heights. It's nothing fancy, just a small 3-bedroom ranch-style house with decent internet and enough space for my gaming setup. I work from home as a freelance web developer, so I spend a ridiculous amount of time in my office. It's basically my sanctuary, dual monitors, custom-built PC with an RTX 4080, probably my most expensive possession, RGB lighting setup, the works. Nothing makes me happier than closing my work tabs at 6 p.m. and firing up whatever game I'm currently obsessed with. The first weird thing I noticed was the temperature. I'd finish work, grab dinner, then head back to my office around 8 to game for a few hours. The room would be perfectly fine temperature-wise when I first walked in, but within 20 minutes, it would become freezing cold. And I don't mean slightly chilly, I mean see your breath, fingers going numb cold, just in that one room. The rest of the house stayed perfectly normal. At first, I figured it was just bad insulation or a draft from the window, so I sealed everything up, checked the vents, even had someone look at the HVAC system. Nothing was wrong. The weird part? During my work hours, 9 to 6, the temperature was completely normal. It only dropped when I was gaming. After about a month of this, I just accepted it and kept 2 thick blankets on the back of my chair. Problem somewhat solved, or at least manageable. Then came the reflections. One night while playing Elden Ring, I noticed something move in the reflection of my monitor. My desk faces a wall, so there shouldn't be anything moving behind me except, well, me. I turned around, saw nothing, and went back to playing. Probably just my imagination or a shadow from my chair moving, but it kept happening. Not every night, but often enough that I started paying attention. These weren't just vague shadows. It looked like someone walking behind me, passing from one side of the room to the other. Sometimes it even looked like someone leaning in, as if trying to get a better view of my screen. The night it got real was when I counted 3 distinct sightings within a single hour. I was playing this horror game called Outlast, which is already tense as hell, when I saw what looked like a full human silhouette in the reflection. I paused the game, spun around in my chair, and stared at the empty room behind me. My heart was racing, and I felt that distinct sensation of being watched. You know the one, like the pressure of someone's eyes on the back of your neck. "I know you're here," I said out loud, feeling like an idiot but also weirdly certain I wasn't alone. "If you're trying to freak me out, it's working." Nothing happened, of course. No response, no sudden manifestation. Just the low hum of my PC and the slight rattle of my ceiling fan. That weekend, I called my mom. Like I said, my family has always been pretty open about spiritual stuff, so I didn't feel weird telling her about it. "Sounds like you've got a gamer ghost," she said, completely unfazed, like I'd just told her I bought a new chair or something. "A what?" "A ghost that's interested in your games. It's probably just curious, watching over your shoulder." I laughed it off, but her casual acceptance made me feel better somehow. "So, what am I supposed to do? Set up a second account for it? Why not try putting out an extra chair?" Make it feel welcome. Now, I'm not superstitious enough to believe that ghosts need furniture, but I was desperate enough to try anything that might stop the creepy reflections. So that night, I pulled the spare office chair from the corner and positioned it next to mine, angled toward the screen, but just out of my peripheral vision. I felt ridiculous doing it, but whatever. There you go, I said to the empty room. Now you can watch without having to stand behind me. I settled in to play some Call of Duty, wrapped in my usual blanket since the room was already ice cold. For the first hour, I kept glancing at the reflection in my monitor, half expecting to see something. Nothing. No movement. No shadows. The weird thing was, I still felt like I was being watched. The sensation never went away, but the reflection stopped completely. It was like whatever or whoever had been standing behind me was now content to sit in the offered chair. This arrangement continued for a couple of weeks. I'd come in after dinner, position the ghost chair next to mine, and game without any visual disturbances. The room still got cold, but it felt less hostile, more like sitting next to an open window than being locked in a freezer. Then one night, I was running late. I had a deadline for a client and worked straight through dinner. By the time I was ready to game, it was already 11 p.m. and I was exhausted. I flopped into my chair, booted up Steam, and completely forgot about the ghost chair ritual. Within 5 minutes, the reflections were back, more distinct than ever. I could clearly see what looked like someone pacing behind me, pausing occasionally, as if peering over my shoulder at the screen. The room temperature plummeted so fast that my monitors fogged up slightly around the edges. "Shit, sorry," I said, jumping up to grab the spare chair. I positioned it carefully next to mine. "I forgot, my bad." The moment I sat back down, the reflections stopped. The room was still freezing, but the frantic movement in my monitor disappeared. I couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. I was apologizing to a ghost for not providing seating. I mentioned the situation to my fiancée, Alicia, expecting her to think I was losing it. Instead, she just nodded thoughtfully. "Your family's always been sensitive to this stuff," she said. "Remember when your sister knew her friend had died before anyone told her? Or when your dad said he talked to his brother the night after the funeral?" She had a point. My family has always had these experiences. My dad swears his brother visited him the night after they buried him, just sat at the foot of his bed and told him everything would be okay. My sister woke up crying at 3 a.m. once, saying her best friend from college was gone. We found out later that her friend had died in a car accident at exactly that time. So maybe I wasn't crazy. Maybe. There really was some entity hanging out in my office, getting invested in my gaming sessions. The real proof came about a month ago. Alicia and I had planned a weekend getaway to visit her parents and do some shopping in the city. Before leaving on Friday morning, I shut down my PC completely. Not sleep mode, full shutdown. I even unplugged it because we were expecting thunderstorms that weekend. Saturday afternoon, we were browsing in this massive bookstore when my phone buzzed. It was a Discord message from my friend Tyler. "Dude, I thought you were out of town this weekend. You up for some Marvel Rivals?" I frowned and typed back, "I am out of town. What are you talking about?" "You're online playing right now. I can literally see you in the game." My stomach dropped. I opened my Steam app, and sure enough, my account showed as online and in-game. Marvel Rivals, a game I'd recently been obsessed with. "That's impossible," I typed back. "I'm literally in another city right now. My PC is completely off and unplugged." "Well, someone's playing on your account right now. They're not answering Discord messages, though." I immediately changed my Steam password and enabled two-factor authentication, thinking maybe I'd been hacked. But something about this felt different. There had been no suspicious login attempts, no notifications of someone accessing my account from a new location. When we got home Sunday evening, everything in the house was exactly as we'd left it. My office door was closed. My PC was still unplugged. But when I plugged it back in and booted up, I noticed something odd. Marvel Rivals was still installed, but now it had an additional 23 hours of playtime logged since I'd last played. The strange thing is, according to Tyler, whoever was playing on my account was actually pretty good. They'd won several matches and even unlocked a few achievements I'd been struggling with. That night, after Alicia had gone to bed, I sat in my office with both chairs set up as usual. The room was cold, but not uncomfortably so. "So," I said to the empty chair beside me, "Marvel Rivals, huh? You've got good taste." I swear the temperature dropped a few more degrees, but it felt almost friendly, like acknowledgement. I loaded up the game and noticed all the new unlocks and progress. "You're actually better at this than I am," I admitted. "Maybe you can show me some tips." I didn't expect a response, obviously, but for a split second my character in the game moved, just a slight shift to the left when my hands weren't on the keyboard. Now I keep that chair permanently positioned next to mine. I've even started leaving my PC on sleep mode when I'm away for short periods, like some kind of ghostly babysitter. The coldness is still there, but I've gotten used to it. Sometimes I'll even find games minimized when I come back to my desk, or my character standing in a different spot than where I left them. I've never seen a full apparition or heard actual voices. No objects flying around the room or bloody messages on the walls. Just these subtle signs that I'm sharing my gaming space with someone or something else. The weirdest part is how normal it all feels now. I'll catch myself saying things like "good shot" or "what do you think of this build" when I'm alone in my office. Sometimes I could swear the temperature changes in response, warming slightly for approval, dropping for disapproval. My mum thinks it's probably the previous tenant, maybe someone who passed away while living here. Alicia suggests it could be a relative keeping an eye on me. Personally, I like to think it's just another gamer who isn't quite ready to leave the hobby behind. All I know is that I've got the world's most dedicated gaming buddy now. It never complains when I'm losing, never hogs the controls, and apparently covers for me when I'm out of town. As far as hauntings go, I could have done a lot worse, but I still haven't figured out how to explain to my friends why my Steam account shows me playing at 3 in the morning when I'm fast asleep, or why my room is always freezing no matter how high I set the thermostat, or why sometimes my character will make the perfect move in a crucial moment when my hands weren't even on the keyboard. Story 6. I still can't explain what happened with that black cat. No one in my family can. It's been over a decade now, but I get goosebumps every time I think about it. I grew up in a small rural neighborhood about 20 minutes outside town. Our house sat at the end of a winding road, surrounded by fields and patches of woods. Typical countryside living. My mom had always been a cat person. Before I was born, she had this black tomcat named Jacko that she absolutely adored. She'd always tear up when talking about him, showing me old photos of this sleek black cat with these piercing yellow eyes. Jacko died from kidney failure a few months before I was born. By the time I was about 9, this would have been around 2004, we had a beautiful tabby cat named Elsa. She was the sweetest thing, part Maine Coon, so she was big and fluffy with these tufts of fur between her toes. She'd been with us since I was 5, and she was basically my best friend. Every night she'd curl up at the foot of my bed, and every morning she'd wake me by stepping on my face when she decided breakfast was overdue. Elsa was an indoor-outdoor cat. Mom would let her out in the morning, and she'd usually be scratching at the door by dinner time. Sometimes she'd stay out overnight, but never longer than a day or two. It was just her routine. She'd hunt mice in the fields, nap in the sun, then come home when she wanted comfort. Then one Tuesday in late September, Elsa didn't come home. One day stretched into 2, then 3. By the weekend, Mom was worried enough to start asking neighbors if they'd seen her. Everyone knew Elsa. She was friendly and would visit the neighbors for extra treats, but nobody had spotted her. "Check your garages and sheds," Mom told everyone. "She might be trapped somewhere." The weekend became a week. A week became 2. By the third week, I was crying myself to sleep. Mom started making this face whenever I asked about Elsa, that adult face that says they're preparing you for bad news. My brother Jake, who was 14 and pretended not to care about the stupid cat, started scanning the roadside whenever we drove anywhere. She probably got hit by a car, he said one night at dinner, 6 weeks after she disappeared. Mom shot him a look, but we were all thinking it. Cats don't just vanish for 6 weeks and come back, not in our area where there were foxes and the occasional coyote. I remember Mom saying, well, we should be grateful for the time we had with her. And that's when I knew they'd given up. I was heartbroken, but starting to accept it too. Then came that Wednesday evening, 6.5 weeks after Elsa vanished. Mom pulled into our gravel driveway after work. I was doing homework in my room when I heard her call out in this strange voice, "Hannah, Jake, come here." I ran downstairs to find Mom standing half in, half out of the front door, her face pale. "There's this huge black cat sitting on our doorstep," she said, sounding confused. "I've never seen it around here before." Jake pushed past us to look. "Whoa, that is big, like unnaturally big for a cat." I squeezed between them. There, sitting perfectly still about 10 feet from our door, was a massive black tomcat. And when I say massive, I mean like small dog-sized. It had a broad face, thick fur, and these intense yellow eyes that seemed to stare right through you. The weirdest thing was how calm it was. Most stray cats bolt when strangers approach, but this one just sat there, watching Mom with what I can only describe as purpose. It sounds crazy, but that's how it felt. Mom took a step toward it, and the cat stood up, stretched, and then walked away. Not running, just calmly walking down our garden path and out of sight behind the hedges. We went back inside, and Mom started making dinner, still talking about the strange cat. "It reminded me so much of Jacko," she said. "Same eyes. But Jacko wasn't nearly that big." Maybe 15 minutes later, Jake was looking out the kitchen window and suddenly shouted, "Holy crap! It's with Elsa!" We all rushed to the window. There, coming up our garden path, was the black tomcat, and walking beside it, limping badly, was Elsa. I can't even describe how I felt in that moment. My heart practically exploded. But the joy immediately mixed with horror when I got a good look at her. She was in terrible shape, bloody, her fur matted and dirty. Her jaw looked wrong, hanging at an odd angle. She was so skinny I could see every rib, and she was dragging one of her back legs. Mum burst out the door with me right behind her. Elsa made this pitiful mewling sound when she saw us, not her normal meow at all. The black cat stepped away as we approached, and by the time we'd scooped up Elsa and turned around, it was gone, completely vanished. I even called out for it, but there was no sign of the cat anywhere. We rushed Elsa to the emergency vet. They kept her overnight, treating her for dehydration, malnourishment, a broken jaw, and a dislocated hip. The vet said she'd definitely been hit by a car, probably weeks ago, and it was a miracle she'd survived. She'd been slowly crawling home all this time, he figured, but how she'd made it so far in her condition was beyond him. "And you say another cat led her home?" he asked, looking skeptical. "A black tomcat," Mom said. "Biggest cat I've ever seen." The vet just nodded, but I could tell he thought we were exaggerating. For weeks afterward, I kept looking for that black cat, but there was no sign of him. Elsa recovered slowly. She never quite walked right again, and her jaw healed a bit crooked, giving her this permanent grumpy expression. But she was alive, and that felt like a miracle. Then, almost exactly a year later, the black cat returned. It was a Sunday morning. We were all still in our pajamas, having breakfast, when we heard this loud, insistent crying outside. Not like a normal cat meow. This was a deliberate, attention-getting sound. Dad went to the window first. "It's that black cat again," he said. "The one that brought Elsa home." We all crowded around. Sure enough, there was the same massive black tomcat, sitting on our garden wall, staring directly at our house. As we watched, it stood up, walked a few paces along the wall, then looked back at us and cried out again. "What's it doing?" Jake asked. "I think it wants us to follow it," Mom said slowly. Just then, Dad cursed and pushed past us. "My car!" While we'd been focused on the cat, we hadn't noticed that Dad's car, which he'd parked in our sloped driveway, had started rolling backward. He'd forgotten to put the handbrake on properly, and it was now rolling into the street. By the time Mom got downstairs to help Dad with the car, the black cat was gone again. We might have written it off as coincidence, except the cat kept appearing after that, always when something important was happening. Like the time I was walking home from the bus stop during a sudden downpour. I saw the black cat ahead of me on the path, and for some reason I followed it when it ducked into the woods. It led me along a trail I'd never noticed before, under thick evergreens that blocked most of the rain. I stayed almost dry, while my usual route would have left me soaked, or when Jake was coming home late from a friend's house and spotted the cat sitting on a neighbor's fence. It jumped down and led him around the corner, where he found some guy trying to break into Mrs. Peterson's car. The guy ran off when Jake yelled, and Mrs. Peterson was so grateful she baked us cookies for a week. Another time, the cat appeared at our back door, meowing insistently until Mom followed it. It led her to old Mr. Callahan's dog, which had gotten its collar caught on a fence and was choking, unable to bark for help. Each time, the cat would vanish as soon as its job was done. No amount of calling or searching would bring it back until it was ready to appear again. After about 2 years of these occasional appearances, the black cat stopped showing up. By then, Elsa was getting old and rarely went outside anymore. Our lives had settled into a comfortable routine. One night, I overheard Mom and Dad talking quietly in the kitchen. "Do you think it could really be Jacko?" Mom was asking. "Coming back to help us?" Dad, always the practical one, didn't dismiss it outright like I expected. "I don't know what to believe anymore," he said. "But that cat saved Elsa, maybe saved our car from crashing into something, helped the kids. If it is Jacko's spirit, I'm grateful." I never saw the black cat again after I left for college. Elsa passed away peacefully at the age of 16, and Mom eventually got new cats. But none of them ever had any strange encounters. To this day, I can't explain what happened. Was it really the spirit of Mom's old cat, returned to watch over us? Was it just a stray with uncanny timing? I don't know. But whenever something unexplainable happens in my life, I find myself looking around, half expecting to see a pair of intense yellow eyes watching over me. Story 7. I still don't know what to make of what happened to me 2 years ago. I've never told many people about it because I'm worried they'll think I'm crazy or making it up for attention. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I was 23 at the time, living with my parents to save money while finishing up college. Our house was pretty new. My parents had it built just 6 years earlier on an empty lot in a typical suburban neighborhood. Nothing weird ever happened there before this. No creepy vibes, no unexplainable noises, nothing that would make you think the place was haunted. The basement was my space. I had a small bedroom set up down there with a queen bed, couch, TV, and my own bathroom. It wasn't fancy, but it gave me some privacy. The layout is important to understand what happened. There was this support post to the right of my couch, a wall to the left, and to get to the bathroom, you had to walk around the post and go behind the couch and down along the left wall. That night, I was just having a normal evening. It was around 11 p.m. on a Tuesday in October. I remember it was chilly outside, but the basement was always a comfortable temperature. I'd been playing video games for a couple hours and was getting ready to go to bed. My parents were already asleep upstairs. I got up to use the bathroom before going to sleep, totally routine. I wasn't tired or delirious or anything. And I should mention right off the bat that I've never done drugs, don't drink alcohol, and wasn't on any medication. I was completely sober and clear-headed. As I was walking toward the bathroom, I felt this, I don't know how to describe it exactly, this pull, like something was telling me to turn around and look behind me. It wasn't a sound or anything physical, just this sudden urge that felt completely foreign to me. I never randomly turn around like that. There was no reason to, but I did. And what I saw still gives me goosebumps. There was someone or something standing on the other side of my couch, but it wasn't a normal person. It was a human figure made entirely of light, not glowing bright like a light bulb or anything. It was more like the ambient light in the room had taken human form. It had a definite shape and looked solid, not transparent. I could make out a head, torso, arms and legs, all the human features, but no facial details or clothing, just this light-formed person. For 2 or 3 seconds, we just stared at each other. I know it sounds crazy, but I swear I could feel it looking at me. The weirdest part? I wasn't scared. I was fascinated. It was like my brain hadn't caught up to what I was seeing yet, so I just stood there, staring. But the figure, it seemed startled, like I had caught it by surprise. Then, suddenly, it bolted. It sprinted toward the opposite side of the room, and as it passed behind that support post I mentioned, it vanished. Just gone. 1 second it was there, the next, nothing. It didn't fade away gradually or anything dramatic. It just disappeared from existence the moment it went behind that post. That's when the fear hit me. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. My hands started shaking and I got that ice-cold feeling in my stomach. The adrenaline rush was so intense that I felt lightheaded for a minute. I stood frozen in that spot for what felt like forever, staring at where the figure had disappeared. I remember thinking, did that really just happen? I kept blinking hard, rubbing my eyes, trying to make sense of it. I walked over to where the figure had been standing and felt around in the air like an idiot, as if I might touch something invisible. Nothing. I checked behind the post and all around the room. Nothing again. I couldn't sleep that night. I left all the lights on and sat on my bed with my back against the wall, just watching the room. Every shadow made me jump. Every little house noise had me on edge. I kept expecting the figure to reappear, but it never did. The next morning, I felt stupid. In the daylight, it seemed impossible that I'd seen what I thought I saw. I started going through all the logical explanations. Maybe it was a weird reflection from the TV screen or the windows. Maybe I dozed off for a second while walking and had a micro-dream. Maybe my eyes played tricks on me. But none of those explanations fit. The TV was off. The basement windows have thick curtains. I was wide awake. And it wasn't just a glimpse or a blur. I saw it clearly for several seconds. What bugs me the most is that this is the only weird thing that's ever happened to me. I've never seen ghosts or had premonitions or anything like that before or since. I'm not the type of person who's into the paranormal. I've always been pretty skeptical about ghost stories and stuff like that. But this wasn't something I can just dismiss, and it's not like our house has a history. It's a new build on land that was just empty fields before the neighborhood was developed. No graveyards, no ancient burial grounds, no murders or tragedies as far as I know. Just a normal suburban home in a normal neighborhood. I've spent 2 years trying to figure out what I saw that night. I've read about all kinds of phenomena. Ghosts, interdimensional beings, time slips, you name it. Nothing quite matches what I experienced. The figure didn't seem threatening or malevolent. If anything, it seemed curious, like it had been watching me and got caught. Sometimes I wonder if it was studying me, like maybe whatever it was, it had been observing humans and didn't expect to be seen. That would explain why it seemed startled and ran away. But that's just me trying to make sense of something that defies explanation. I've tried to recreate the conditions to see if there was some logical explanation I missed. I've stood in the same spot at the same time of night with the same lighting. I've checked for weird reflections or shadow patterns. Nothing. The memory of it is still so vivid. The way it moved wasn't like a projection or a shadow. It moved like a person, with weight and purpose. When it ran with urgency, like it needed to escape. And the way it just ceased to exist behind that post, I can't explain it. For a while after it happened, I was scared to be alone in the basement. I kept the lights on all the time and would constantly look over my shoulder. I even asked my parents if anything weird had ever happened in the house without telling them what I saw. They just looked at me like I was crazy and said no. I did some research on the land our house was built on, trying to find something, anything, that might explain what I saw. But there was nothing notable. Before the development, it was just farmland for generations. The whole experience has made me question what I believe about reality. I was always the practical one, the one who needed proof before believing in anything supernatural. Now, I don't know. I can't explain what I saw, but I know I saw it. What bothers me most is that it was a one-time thing. If I'd seen it multiple times, maybe I could convince myself it was a recurring hallucination or something wrong with my brain. But just once, out of the blue, and never again. It's like the universe decided to show me that there's more out there than I understand, and then closed the door. I've tried to tell a couple close friends about it, but I can see in their eyes that they don't believe me. They think I dreamed it or imagined it. And I get it. If someone told me this story, I'd probably think the same thing. But I know what I saw. Sometimes I catch myself staring at that post in the basement, hoping or maybe fearing that the figure will come back. I want to see it again, just to confirm I'm not crazy, but at the same time, the thought of it actually happening again freaks me out. Was it a ghost? Some kind of energy being? A glitch in reality? A visitor from another dimension? I have no idea. All I know is that for those few seconds, I saw something that shouldn't exist according to everything I've been taught about how the world works. I still live in that house, still sleep in that same basement. Nothing strange has happened since. Sometimes I wonder if maybe the figure was passing through, like our realities overlapped for just a moment before separating again. Or maybe it learned from its mistake and is more careful not to be seen now. I don't know if I'll ever get answers. Part of me has accepted that I probably won't. But I know what I saw that night was real. It wasn't my imagination, it wasn't a dream, and it wasn't some trick of the light. There was a human figure made of light standing in my basement, and when it realized I could see it, it ran away and vanished. Whatever it was, it seemed just as surprised to be seen as I was to see it. And that's the part that keeps me up sometimes. The idea that there might be things or beings around us all the time that we just can't normally perceive. And for just a few seconds, for whatever reason, I was able to see through that veil. I'm still trying to make sense of it 2 years later. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any insights, I'd really appreciate hearing them. I just want to understand what happened to me that night. Story 8. I've been putting off writing about this for years, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can help me make sense of what happened. Back in 2018, I visited the Philippines after a 10-year absence. I'm half Filipino, but grew up mostly in the States, so I hadn't been back since 2008, when I was 13. My grandmother passed away in 2010, and I never got to say goodbye or attend her funeral, which has always bothered me. The family house in Manila had been mostly empty since her death, only used when relatives needed a place to stay. My mom and 2 aunts accompanied me on this trip, and we planned to stay for 2 weeks to reconnect with family. When we arrived, the house felt exactly as I remembered it. The same faded yellow walls, the same slightly musty smell, the same creaky wooden floors. But without my grandmother's presence, it felt hollow somehow. The house was modest by American standards, but spacious by Filipino ones, with 3 bedrooms and an open living area. Since I was the only male in our traveling group, my aunts decided I should sleep in my grandmother's old bedroom while they shared the guest room, and my mom took the small bedroom. I didn't think much of it at the time. I was 23, too old to be afraid of sleeping in a dead person's room, right? The first night went fine. I was exhausted from the 20-hour journey and slept like a rock despite the jet lag. My grandmother's room was simple. A queen-sized bed with a wooden headboard, a dresser with a mirror, a small side table, and boxes of stored belongings stacked in one corner. Family photos lined the walls, including several of my grandfather, who had passed years before my grandmother. On the second night, my cousins invited me out to experience Manila's nightlife. We hit a few bars in Makati, but I was still dealing with jet lag and didn't drink much, maybe 2 beers over several hours. We returned to the house around 1 in the morning. My mom and aunts were already asleep, so I quietly made my way to my grandmother's room. I remember checking my phone before going to bed. It was 1:23 a.m. I fell asleep almost immediately, still dressed in my jeans and t-shirt because I was too tired to change. What happened next is something I've replayed in my head countless times. I woke up around 4 a.m. I know the exact time because I checked my phone immediately after what I saw. I had rolled from my side onto my back, and as I adjusted my position, I opened my eyes briefly, something I wouldn't have done if I'd stayed on my side. And there it was, standing perfectly still at the foot of my bed, was a figure. Not a shadow or a trick of light, a solid 3-dimensional humanoid figure. The room wasn't completely dark. Some ambient light filtered through the thin curtains from the street lamps outside, casting everything in shades of grey. But this figure was darker, more defined than the other objects in the room. It was wearing what looked like a nightgown or a house dress, the kind older Filipino women often wear to bed. But the arms weren't in the sleeves. They hung down empty while the arms were... I don't know where the arms were. That detail has always disturbed me. But the most unsettling part was its face. Or rather, what covered its face. Where a normal head should have been was what looked like a sunflower, a large circular center with petal-like projections around it. Not a real sunflower, but like a mask or headdress in the shape of one. The entire figure was grayscale in the dim light, but the sunflower mask stood out clearly against the silhouette. In that moment, I completely froze. My entire body went rigid. I couldn't scream, couldn't move, couldn't even blink. I just lay there, taking 2 or 3 panicked breaths that sounded impossibly loud in the silent room. The figure didn't move. It didn't approach me or make any sound. It just stood there, facing me, for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 3 seconds. Then, and this is the part that makes me question my sanity sometimes, it didn't walk away or fade out slowly like you'd expect a ghost to do. It disintegrated, like someone had flipped a switch, and the entire figure just collapsed into particles and blew away, even though there was no wind in the room. 1 second it was there, solid and unmistakable, and the next, it was gone. I grabbed my phone immediately and turned on the flashlight, illuminating every corner of the room. Nothing, just the boxes of stored items, the dresser, the mirror, the photos on the wall. The time on my phone read 4:07 a.m. I didn't go back to sleep. How could I? I sat up in bed with my back against the headboard, my phone clutched in my sweaty hand, watching YouTube videos with the volume low just to have some noise and distraction. I kept the flashlight on until the sun came up around 6:30. When morning finally arrived, I went to the kitchen where my mum was already making coffee. I must have looked terrible because the first thing she asked was if I was sick. I told her what happened, trying to sound calm, but probably failing miserably. My mom called my aunts into the kitchen, and I repeated the story. I expected them to dismiss it or tell me it was just a dream, but their reactions surprised me. They exchanged glances that communicated something I couldn't read. Did it look like Lola? My younger aunt asked, referring to my grandmother. No, I said. It wasn't Lola. It had this sunflower thing covering its face. My older aunt crossed herself, something she only did when genuinely disturbed. Aye, that's not something I've heard of before. They weren't dismissive, they were concerned. Growing up with Filipino relatives, I was used to ghost stories and superstitions, but this seemed to unsettle even them. My mom suggested we call my uncle, my grandmother's brother, who lived nearby. He arrived within the hour, and I once again described what I'd seen. He listened carefully, nodding occasionally. "Your Lola," he said, using the Filipino word for grandmother. "When your Lola was dying, she made him promise not to visit after death because she knew the family fears ghosts. Maybe she made the same promise." "Then what did I see?" I asked. My uncle shrugged. "That room has been used mostly for storage since she died. Maybe something was already there, and it was curious about who was sleeping in its space. Something, not someone. The distinction wasn't lost on me." "Will it come back?" I asked, hating how childish I sounded. "If it wanted to harm you, it would have," he said simply. "But maybe sleep with the light on." For the remaining 12 days of our stay, I slept with both the bedside lamp and the bathroom light on, door cracked open. I still slept poorly, waking up multiple times each night, my eyes darting to the foot of the bed. But I never saw the figure with the sunflower mask again. When we returned to the States, I spent hours researching Filipino folklore and ghost stories. I found plenty about the White Lady, the Tikbalang, the Manananggal, and other traditional entities, but nothing about masked spirits or anything resembling what I'd seen. I even looked into Japanese and Chinese ghost lore, thinking perhaps there was some cross-cultural influence, but found nothing similar. The closest I came was learning about how, in some Filipino traditions, flowers are used to ward off or distract evil spirits. Sunflowers specifically symbolize loyalty and longevity. Was it wearing the sunflower as protection? Or was the sunflower mask meant to conceal something worse underneath? It's been 4 years, and I still don't have answers. My relatives in the Philippines have continued to use the house occasionally, but no one has reported seeing anything unusual. My mom suggests that perhaps the entity appeared to me because I was a returning family member who never got to say goodbye to my grandmother. My younger aunt thinks it might have been a guardian of some sort checking on me, but none of these explanations feel right. The empty sleeves, the way it disintegrated, the strange sunflower mask. These details don't fit neatly into any traditional ghost story I know. Sometimes I wonder if I really saw anything at all. Maybe it was a hypnagogic hallucination, a waking dream caused by jet lag and being in an unfamiliar environment. But it felt so real, so present, that I can't dismiss it that easily. I'm planning to visit the Philippines again next year, and part of me is terrified of staying in that house again. But another part of me wants answers. If I sleep in that room again, will my mysterious visitor return? And if it does, will I have the courage to do more than just lie there frozen in fear? I don't know. But what I do know is that something was in that room with me that night, something that doesn't fit into my understanding of the world, and that's what scares me the most. Not the entity itself, but the fact that it exists in a reality I thought I understood. Story 9. I'm still trying to come to terms with what happened last Thursday. I've been living in the same house in Westfield for almost 7 years now, and nothing like this has ever happened before. I'm a pretty logical guy. I work in IT. I don't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what happened, I just can't explain it. It was around 6 in the evening. I remember checking the time because my friend Dave was supposed to drop by around 6:30 to pick up some camping gear I'd promised to lend him for his weekend trip. We'd been planning this for a week. Dave's always punctual, so I knew I had about half an hour to finish up some work stuff before he arrived. I was in my bedroom upstairs, sitting at my desk and trying to troubleshoot a network issue for a client, when Rex, my 3-year-old golden retriever, started barking downstairs. Not his aggressive bark, it was his excited "someone's here" bark that he does whenever people he knows come over. I heard the front door open. I didn't think much of it at first. The lock on our front door is a bit finicky sometimes, and Dave has been to our house enough times that it wouldn't be weird for him to just let himself in if the door was unlocked. I figured I must have forgotten to lock it after taking Rex out for his afternoon walk. Rex's barking turned into that happy whining sound he makes when he's greeting someone he likes. I heard footsteps in the entryway, then moving across the hardwood floor in the living room, and then starting up the stairs. The wooden steps in our house have a distinct creak to them, especially the fourth one from the bottom. I could hear that familiar creak as whoever it was made their way up. "Hello, Mark? You home?" the voice called out. It was Dave's voice, exactly Dave's voice, with that slight Boston accent he still has from growing up there. I'd recognize it anywhere. I called back from my bedroom. "Yeah, I'm just finishing something up. Be down in a few minutes." I was surprised he was early, but not alarmed in any way. The footsteps stopped on the landing at the top of the stairs. I assumed Dave was just waiting for me in the hallway, or maybe checking out the new photos my wife had hung up there last weekend. I kept working for another minute or two, trying to finish diagnosing the network problem so I could give my full attention to Dave and get him the camping gear. I was just about to save my work when I heard the doorbell ring. Rex immediately started barking again downstairs, the same excited bark as before. I sat there frozen for a second, trying to process what was happening. The doorbell had just rung, but Dave was already upstairs. "Dave!" I called out, swiveling in my chair to face the bedroom door. No answer. The doorbell rang again, and Rex kept barking. My first thought was that maybe Dave had gone back outside to get something from his car, but I hadn't heard him go back downstairs, and I definitely hadn't heard the front door open and close again. I got up and looked down the hallway. Empty. "Dave!" I called out again, louder this time. Nothing. An uneasy feeling was starting to form in the pit of my stomach. I went to the top of the stairs and looked down. No one was there. Rex was still at the front door, barking at whoever was outside. I hurried down the stairs, my heart starting to race a little. When I reached the front door, I noticed it was locked, not just closed, but deadbolted, the way I usually leave it when I'm home alone. I distinctly remember not hearing anyone use the deadbolt after coming in. Looking through the peephole, I saw Dave standing on my porch, checking his watch. The real Dave, outside my house. My hands were shaking a bit as I unlocked and opened the door. Dave smiled when he saw me. "Hey man, sorry if I'm a couple minutes early," he said, stepping inside as Rex jumped up to greet him. I must have looked pale or something because Dave immediately asked, "You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." Were you just here? Like, did you come in and then go back out for some reason?" I asked, knowing how crazy it sounded even as I said it. Dave gave me a confused look. "What? No, I just got here. Came straight from work." He bent down to pet Rex, who was now happily circling around him, tail wagging furiously. "What's going on?" I glanced past him to the empty street, then carefully checked that the deadbolt was secure after closing the door. "Someone was just in the house," I said quietly, not wanting to freak him out but needing to tell someone. "What? Are you serious? Did they take anything?" Dave looked concerned now, glancing around the living room. "No, they came upstairs. They called out to me using your voice. Exactly your voice, Dave. They said, 'Hello, Mark, you home?' Just like you would say it." Dave stared at me, clearly trying to decide if I was messing with him or having some kind of breakdown. "That's weird. Could it have been the TV or something?" The TV's not on, and Rex barked at them like he knew them, just like he did when you just arrived. This was the detail that kept bothering me. Rex isn't aggressive, but he definitely acts differently with strangers versus people he knows. He had greeted whatever came into the house exactly like he greets Dave or our other close friends. We ended up searching the entire house, every room, every closet, the basement, the attic, the backyard. Nobody was there, and nothing seemed to be missing or disturbed. The windows were all closed and locked from the inside. The only way in or out was the front door, which had somehow been locked again after whatever it was came inside. Dave tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had dozed off for a second and dreamed it. Maybe it was a weird auditory hallucination. Maybe someone who sounds like Dave had the wrong house and then left. But none of those explanations accounted for Rex's reaction, or the locked door, or the footsteps I heard clear as day coming up my stairs. I ended up giving Dave the camping gear, but I could tell he was worried about me. He even offered to stay the night, but I told him I was fine. I wasn't fine, though, not at all. After he left, I checked all the locks again. I even put a chair under the doorknob of my bedroom door when I went to sleep that night. I kept waking up, thinking I heard footsteps or someone calling my name. The next morning I called my doctor and described what happened. He said it could be a number of things: stress, a mini sleep episode, or even carbon monoxide. I had the house checked for carbon monoxide that same day. The levels were normal. I've installed security cameras now, inside and outside the house. I've changed the locks. I've even taken Rex to the vet to make sure he's okay, thinking maybe he was reacting to something I couldn't perceive. The vet said he's perfectly healthy. It's been 5 days and nothing else has happened. But I can't stop thinking about it. What came into my house that day? How did it know to imitate Dave's voice so perfectly? Where did it go? And most disturbing of all, why? What was its purpose? I've been researching similar experiences online, and some people talk about doppelgangers or supernatural mimics, but I've never believed in that stuff. Still, I can't come up with a rational explanation. The thing that really gets to me is how mundane it was. Whatever it was didn't try to scare me or harm me. It just came in, called out like a friend would, started to come upstairs, and then vanished, almost like it was testing something, like it was practicing. Every time the doorbell rings now, I check the cameras before opening the door. Every time Rex barks, I freeze, wondering if it has come back. I sleep with the lights on. I've started recording audio throughout the house, hoping to catch something that might explain what happened. My wife thinks I'm overreacting. She was at work when it happened, and while she believes that I experienced something, she thinks there must be a logical explanation. I want to believe that too. But then I remember Rex's reaction. Dogs don't hallucinate. Dogs don't imagine things. Rex heard and saw and smelled someone he recognized come into our house, someone that sounded exactly like Dave, and then, minutes later, the real Dave showed up. Sometimes I wonder if I should just move, sell the house and go somewhere else, but then I think, what if it's not the house? What if it's me? What if whatever this thing is found me once and can find me again? I haven't told many people about this. It sounds crazy, I know, but I know what I experienced. Something came into my house, something that could perfectly mimic a human voice, something that my dog recognized as familiar and friendly, something that could disappear without a trace and lock doors behind itself. And the most terrifying thought keeps coming back to me. What if it comes back? What if next time it doesn't just call out and walk upstairs? What if next time it decides to do something else? I keep the security system armed at all times now. I've even considered getting a second dog. I don't know if any of this will help, but it makes me feel like I'm doing something at least. Every unexpected sound makes me jump now. Every time the floorboards creak or the house settles, I wonder if it's back. I've started taking pictures of how I leave rooms so I can tell if anything's been moved. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? I need to know I'm not losing my mind. I need to know if there's a way to protect myself from whatever this is. Because right now, I'm living in fear in my own home. and I don't know how much longer I can take it. Story 10. Sis, I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened in my childhood bedroom that summer afternoon in 2011. I was 14 then, and my best friend Sophia was sleeping over at my house in Oakfield. It was one of those lazy July days where the humidity makes everything feel heavy and slow, and we were just hanging out in my room, listening to music and flipping through magazines. My house isn't anything special, just a modest two-story place built in the 1950s that my parents inherited from my great-grandparents. I'd grown up there my whole life, so I was used to all its quirks, the way the third step on the staircase always creaked no matter how carefully you stepped, how the kitchen faucet dripped unless you twisted it just right, and how certain rooms would suddenly feel colder than others for no reason. My bedroom used to belong to my great-grandparents. It's on the second floor, with faded, flowery wallpaper my parents never bothered to change, and these old wooden floors that squeak with almost every step. My parents always said it was just an old house settling, but sometimes I'd hear these strange noises at night. Not just creaks, but what sounded like footsteps when everyone was asleep. That day, Sophia and I were sprawled across my bed, sharing a bag of chips and talking about some boys from school. It was around 3 in the afternoon, and my mom was downstairs cooking dinner while my dad was at work. My younger brother Tyler was at baseball practice, but he'd left his glasses on my TV stand earlier when he'd barged into my room to borrow a charger. The glasses were just sitting there on the edge of the TV stand, those black framed ones he always wore. I remember being annoyed that he'd left them there, but I didn't bother moving them. The windows were closed because we had the air conditioning on, and both my bedroom door and closet door were shut. We were in the middle of talking about Lisa Carmichael's birthday party coming up when we heard it, this dull thump on the carpet behind us. It wasn't loud, just enough to make us both stop mid-sentence. "What was that?" Sophia asked, turning around. At first I didn't see anything unusual, but then Sophia pointed to the floor near the middle of my room. "Aren't those Tyler's glasses?" And there they were, my brother's glasses lying on the carpet. But what made my skin crawl was that they weren't on the floor directly beneath the TV stand where they should have landed if they'd simply fallen off. They were about 5 feet away from the stand, almost in the center of the room. I remember just staring at them, trying to process what I was seeing. "How did they get all the way over there?" I whispered. Sophia and I looked at each other, and I could tell she was thinking the same thing I was. There was absolutely no way those glasses could have just fallen that distance on their own. It was physically impossible. If they'd fallen off the stand, they would have landed right below it, not 5 feet away. "Maybe the air conditioning," Sophia started, but her voice trailed off. We both knew the vent was on the opposite wall, and even if it had been blowing directly at the glasses, it couldn't have moved them that far. "Did you see them move?" I asked her, my voice getting higher with panic. "No, I just heard the sound when they hit the floor," she said, her eyes wide. We both sat frozen on my bed, staring at the glasses. I had this weird sensation like someone was watching us, and the air in the room felt different somehow, heavier, like right before a thunderstorm. "Should we pick them up?" Sophia whispered. I shook my head. I didn't want to touch them. It sounds stupid now, but in that moment those glasses seemed like they weren't just glasses anymore. They were something else, something that had moved on its own. We sat there for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute, neither of us wanting to get off the bed. Then Sophia nudged me. "Go get your mom." I practically leaped off the bed, careful to give the glasses a wide berth, and ran downstairs to the kitchen where my mom was chopping vegetables. "Mom!" I shouted, breathless. "Something weird just happened in my room." My mom barely looked up from the cutting board. "What is it, Nina?" I tried to explain about Tyler's glasses flying across the room, but even as I said it out loud, I could hear how ridiculous it sounded. My mum gave me that look, the one parents give when they think you're being overdramatic. "They probably just fell off the stand, honey," she said, returning to her chopping. No, Mom, you don't understand. They didn't just fall. They landed 5 feet away from the stand. That's not possible. She sighed, put down her knife, and followed me upstairs where Sophia was still sitting on my bed, her knees pulled up to her chest, staring at the glasses on the floor. See? I pointed dramatically at the glasses, and then at the TV stand. They were there, and now they're way over here. My mom looked between the 2 points and shrugged. One of you probably knocked them off earlier and didn't notice. We didn't touch them, Sophia insisted. We were both on the bed the whole time. But my mom just smiled, that patronizing smile adults use when they think kids are imagining things. Houses make weird noises, things fall, and sometimes we don't remember moving things. It's not a ghost, if that's what you're thinking. She picked up Tyler's glasses, put them back on the TV stand and left the room, telling us dinner would be ready in an hour. As soon as she left, Sophia and I looked at each other. You saw it too, right? I asked her. I'm not crazy. I didn't actually see them move, she admitted, but I know they were on the stand, and then they were in the middle of the floor. There's no way they just fell like that. We spent the rest of the afternoon sitting with our backs against my headboard, facing the TV stand, watching Tyler's glasses like they might move again. They didn't, of course, but neither of us wanted to look away. That night, after Sophia went home, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those glasses and how they had moved without anyone touching them. I remembered all the stories my grandma used to tell me about my great-grandparents and how they'd lived in this house until they died. My great-grandfather had passed away in 1989 from a heart attack, and my great-grandmother followed a few years later. She died in this very room, my bedroom. I'd never really thought much about those stories before, but that night every little noise made me jump. The house seemed to be full of sounds, creaking floorboards, ticking radiators, the wind rustling through the trees outside. But there was something else too, something I couldn't quite identify. Around midnight, I heard what sounded like footsteps in the hallway outside my door. At first, I thought it was my mom or dad checking on me, but the steps were too light, almost hesitant. I held my breath and listened as they stopped right outside my door. The doorknob didn't turn, but I could have sworn I heard someone sigh, a soft, weary sound that made the hair on my arms stand up. I pulled the covers over my head and stayed like that until morning, too terrified to move. The next day, I tried to tell my parents about the footsteps, but they just exchanged those looks again, the ones that said they thought I was being silly. My dad said it was probably just the house settling, or maybe raccoons in the attic. My mum suggested I was still worked up over the glasses incident and was letting my imagination run wild. But I knew what I'd heard, and I knew what Sophia and I had seen with the glasses. Something weird was happening in our house, and no one believed me. Over the next few weeks, other small things happened, objects that weren't where I'd left them, doors that would be closed when I was sure I'd left them open, and that persistent feeling of being watched, especially in my bedroom. I started sleeping with my light on, something I hadn't done since I was little. My brother Tyler thought it was hilarious when I told him about his glasses moving. He started hiding his things in my room on purpose, claiming he wanted to give the ghost something to play with. I was furious with him, but part of me was also terrified that something would actually happen to his stuff. One night in August, about a month after the glasses incident, I woke up around 3 in the morning feeling unusually cold. My window was closed and the air conditioning wasn't running, but my room felt like a freezer. As I reached for another blanket, I heard it, a soft, shuffling sound coming from the corner of my room near my closet. I froze, afraid to look but more afraid not to. Slowly, I turned my head toward the sound and saw that my closet door was open about 6 inches. I was positive I'd closed it before going to bed. As I stared at the dark gap, holding my breath, the door slowly closed on its own with a gentle click. There was no draft, no breeze, nothing that could have pushed it shut. It moved as if someone had carefully pulled it closed, trying not to make noise. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. As soon as the sun came up, I called Sophia and told her what happened. She came over right away, and we spent the day researching ghosts and hauntings on the internet. We found all these stories about objects moving, temperature changes, and doors opening and closing, exactly what was happening in my house. Sophia suggested we try to communicate with whatever was in my house. She'd brought over a Ouija board her older sister had, but I refused. Something about actively trying to talk to whatever was there seemed like a terrible idea. What if it made things worse? What if we opened some door that couldn't be closed? Instead, we decided to set up a test. We placed several small objects, a pencil, an eraser, a paperclip, and a small rubber ball, in different spots around my room. We took photos with Sophia's phone to document exactly where everything was, then went downstairs to watch a movie. The plan was to check later and see if anything had moved. When we came back up 2 hours later, everything was exactly where we'd left it. I felt both relieved and disappointed. Part of me wanted proof that I wasn't imagining things, but another part was glad nothing had happened. That night after Sophia left, I lay in bed thinking about everything that had been happening. Maybe my parents were right, maybe it was just an old house with its quirks and creaks, and maybe Sophia and I had somehow missed seeing Tyler's glasses fall and bounce across the floor, even though we both knew that was impossible. As I was about to fall asleep, I heard a soft thump, the same sound we'd heard when the glasses fell. I sat up quickly, my heart pounding, and turned on my bedside lamp. There, in the middle of my floor, was the rubber ball we'd used in our experiment. I looked over at my dresser where I knew we'd left it, and sure enough, it wasn't there anymore. I didn't scream or run to get my parents. I just sat there, staring at that stupid rubber ball, knowing that whatever was in this house had just answered us. It had waited until Sophia was gone, until I was alone, to move something. That was 12 years ago now. I'm 26, living in my own apartment in Boston, far away from that house in Oakfield. My parents still live there, and every time I visit, my mom asks if I've seen any ghosts lately, in this teasing way that still makes me feel like a silly kid. Sophia and I are still best friends, and sometimes when we've had a few drinks, we'll bring up the flying glasses incident just to reassure ourselves that we both remember it the same way. Neither of us has ever found a logical explanation for what happened that day. I still don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I know what I saw, what I heard, and what I felt in that house. And no matter how many times my parents or anyone else tries to explain it away, I know something was there with us that summer. Something that could move objects across a room when no one was looking. And sometimes, late at night when my apartment makes those normal settling noises that all buildings make, I find myself watching the edges of my room, wondering if whatever was in my childhood home might have followed me here. Story 11. I've been dealing with this for too long, and I just need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of what's happening. I started my job at this corporate office in Westbrook last April. It's one of those generic 3-story buildings with beige walls and grey carpeting. Nothing special, just a place where people come to work their 9-to-5 jobs. My position is in accounting, and I work on the second floor with about 20 other people. The job itself is fine, decent pay, good benefits, normal co-workers. But there's something seriously wrong with the women's bathroom. From literally my first day, I felt it. I remember walking in there during my orientation tour when my supervisor was showing me around. The moment I stepped inside, this wave of heaviness hit me. It was like walking through invisible molasses, and the air felt about 10 degrees colder than the hallway. I actually shivered, and my supervisor asked if I was okay. I just nodded and blamed it on the air conditioning, but I knew it was something else. I tried to ignore it at first. I mean, who wants to be the weird new girl complaining about bad vibes in the bathroom? So I just dealt with it. but the feeling never went away. Every single time I walked in there, my heart would start racing, and I'd get this overwhelming urge to turn around and leave. It's hard to explain the feeling, like being watched by something that doesn't like you. About 3 months into the job, something happened that confirmed I wasn't just being paranoid. I was alone in the bathroom during lunch hour. Most people go out to eat, so the office gets pretty empty. I was in the first stall, and I decided to send a voice text to my husband Ryan about picking up groceries after work. Nothing unusual. I recorded the message, which was maybe 20 seconds long, then sent it. About an hour later, Ryan texted me asking who was in the bathroom with me. I told him no one, and he called me immediately. When I answered, he sounded freaked out. He played the voice message back to me, and I clearly heard myself talking about groceries. But then, in the background, there was this woman's voice. It was faint but unmistakable. The voice just said one word: Satan. My blood ran cold. I wasn't religious or anything, but hearing that word in a voice that definitely wasn't mine, when I was completely alone, scared the absolute shit out of me. I made Ryan send me the recording, and I listened to it over and over with headphones. Each time I heard it, the voice became clearer. It wasn't a whisper. It was a normal speaking voice, as if someone was standing a few feet away from me, but I was alone in that bathroom. I know I was. I told my cubicle neighbor Janet about it the next day. She's been with the company for like 15 years and knows all the office gossip. She didn't seem surprised at all. Apparently, I wasn't the first person to experience weird things in that bathroom. Janet said there had been complaints over the years, strange noises, items moving, cold spots. Management always blamed it on the ventilation system or the old plumbing. The next weird thing happened about a week after the voice recording. Incident. I went into the bathroom mid-afternoon and noticed one of the ceiling tiles was pushed up and slightly moved to the side. It created this dark, rectangular opening that seemed to go up into nothingness. Our building only has drop ceilings, those white tiles in metal frames, so it's not unusual for them to get moved for maintenance. But this one looked different. The opening was so dark, it almost looked like there was another floor above it, which made no sense. I stood there staring up at it, and I swear I felt something staring back down at me. The hair on my arms stood up, and I got goosebumps all over. I practically ran out of there and didn't go back for the rest of the day. The next morning, I worked up the courage to ask Maria, the head of the cleaning staff, about the ceiling tile. She looked confused and said there hadn't been any maintenance scheduled. She promised to check it out, and later that day, I saw her fixing it. When I thanked her, she crossed herself and muttered something in Spanish. I don't speak Spanish, but her reaction told me everything I needed to know. She felt it too. For a few weeks after that, things were relatively normal. The bathroom still gave me the creeps, but nothing overtly supernatural happened. Then came the incident that made me start actively avoiding the place altogether. It was a Tuesday, about a month ago. I was in there washing my hands, alone again, when the automatic paper towel dispenser suddenly activated. These are the motion sensor ones where you wave your hand to get a towel. But I was standing at the sink, both hands under the running water, nowhere near the dispenser. I watched in the mirror as a paper towel just rolled out on its own. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the sensor was faulty or too sensitive. But then, as I was staring at the dispenser, the water faucet I was using shut off by itself. These are also automatic. They're supposed to run when your hands are under them and stop when you remove them. My hands were still there, but the water just stopped. And then, the sink, 2 places down from me, completely unoccupied, turned on at full blast. I stood frozen, watching water pour from an empty sink while the paper towel dispenser spat out another sheet. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I didn't even dry my hands. I just bolted out of there. Since then, I've been doing everything I can to avoid that bathroom. I limit my water intake at work, so I only have to go once during my 9-hour shift, sometimes not at all. I've started using the bathroom at the coffee shop across the street during my lunch break. When I absolutely have to use the office bathroom, I ask Janet or another female co-worker to come with me. They probably think I'm weird, but I don't care anymore. I refuse to go in there alone. Last week, things escalated again. I was in there with Janet. Safety in numbers, right? We were both washing our hands, chatting about some office drama, when we both heard it. A woman's laugh. Not a happy laugh. It was more like a mocking chuckle. Janet stopped mid-sentence and looked at me with wide eyes. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I just nodded, my hands dripping water onto the floor because I was too scared to move. We didn't see anyone else in there. All the stall doors were open except one, so Janet called out, "Hello?" No answer. She's braver than me. She actually walked over and pushed open the closed stall door. Empty. That was when the lights flickered. Not just a quick flicker, but a full-on power surge that made them dim almost to darkness, then brighten to an intensity that hurt our eyes, then back to normal. Janet grabbed my arm so hard she left marks, and we both ran out. The next day, I spoke to Maria again. I was desperate at this point, so I asked her straight up if she knew of any history with the building, any reason why the bathroom might be haunted. She was reluctant to talk at first, but eventually told me that before this was an office building, it had been a small medical facility back in the 70s. She didn't know details, but had heard rumors from other cleaning staff who'd been there longer than her about a female patient who had died by suicide in what was now our second-floor women's bathroom. I've been researching ways to deal with this. I thought about bringing sage to burn and cleanse the space, but there's no way to do that without setting off the fire alarms. I considered quitting my job, but in this economy, with my mortgage and car payments, not realistic. Yesterday was the worst experience yet. I broke my rule and went in alone because I was desperate, and everyone else was in a department meeting. The moment I walked in, the temperature dropped so dramatically I could see my breath. In June. The mirror over the sinks was completely fogged up, despite the fact that none of the faucets were running. As I stood there, paralyzed with fear, words started appearing in the fog on the mirror, like someone was writing with their finger. It spelled out, "Get out." I couldn't move. I was shaking so badly my teeth were chattering. And then I heard it, that same voice from my husband's recording, a woman's voice right behind me saying, "You don't belong here." I turned around so fast I nearly fell. There was no one there, but all 5 stall doors slammed shut simultaneously with a bang that echoed off the tiles. That's when I ran. I didn't even use the bathroom. I just got the hell out of there. I'm writing this from my desk right now. I've been holding my pee for 7 hours because I'm too terrified to go back in that bathroom. I don't know what to do. No one in management takes this seriously. Most of my co-workers think it's just an old building making noises. But I know what I experienced. Something is in that bathroom, something that doesn't want us there, and it's getting more aggressive. Has anyone else dealt with something like this? How do you cleanse a space when you can't burn sage or make any obvious changes to a corporate building? I'm at my wit's end, and I don't know how much longer I can keep avoiding that bathroom. Story 12. I don't usually talk about this. It's been almost 7 years, and I still get chills thinking about it. I was 16 at the time, living with my parents and younger sister in this old 2-story house on the outskirts of town. Nothing special about it, just your average family home with creaky floors and drafty windows. My dad had gotten a good deal on it because it needed some work, but we never heard anything about previous owners or weird stuff happening there. That night started like any other summer night during break. My parents had gone to bed around 11, and my little sister was at a friend's sleepover. I was in the basement rec room where we had the TV and my Xbox set up. It was my favorite spot in the house because I could play games without bothering anyone, especially late at night. I was playing Call of Duty online with my buddy Jake. We'd been grinding for hours, and I completely lost track of time. The basement windows were small and covered with blinds, so it was always dark down there regardless of the time. The only light came from the TV screen, casting this blue glow over everything. Around 3:30 in the morning, Jake said he needed to crash. "Dude, I'm falling asleep. Gotta go," he messaged before logging off. I yawned and stretched, suddenly aware of how quiet the house was. You know that late-night silence that feels almost heavy? It was like that. I could hear the hum of the refrigerator upstairs and the occasional click from the heater kicking on, but otherwise, nothing. I switched off the Xbox and sat there for a second, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness. That's when I heard it. Aiden, my name, clear as day, from somewhere behind me. The voice was soft, almost a whisper, but distinct enough that I heard it over the menu music still playing on the TV. I froze mid-stretch, my arms still above my head. My first thought was that I'd imagined it. I was tired after all. When you're up that late, your brain starts doing weird things. I lowered my arms slowly and reached for the controller to turn off the TV completely. Aiden. There it was again. Not louder, but more insistent. And definitely not in my head. The voice had come from the darker part of the basement, near the stairs. I sat completely still, my heart suddenly hammering in my chest. The basement felt different now, like the darkness had somehow thickened. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was my mom checking on me, but the voice didn't sound like her. It was higher, airier, almost like, I don't know, like someone trying to imitate a woman's voice but not quite getting it right. "Mom?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. "Is that you?" No answer. Just the hollow echo of my own voice bouncing back at me. I slowly turned around in my chair, squinting into the darkness. The stairway leading upstairs was just a black void. My hands were trembling as I reached for my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, but revealed nothing unusual. Just the empty basement with its concrete floor and unfinished walls. I needed to check if it was my mom. Maybe she'd called me and gone back upstairs. That had to be it. I stood up, my legs feeling weirdly numb, and made my way toward the stairs. Each step felt like moving through molasses. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I paused, shining my light up toward the door at the top. It was closed, which was strange because I always left it open when I was down there. Taking a deep breath, I climbed the stairs as quietly as possible, wincing at every creak of the old wood. When I reached the top, I hesitated before turning the knob. My palms were sweaty, making the doorknob slip in my grip. I finally got it open and stepped into the kitchen. The kitchen was dark, except for the dim light above the stove that my mom always left on at night. The digital clock on the microwave read 3:42. I stood still, listening for any sounds of movement upstairs where my parents' bedroom was. Nothing. "Mom?" I called out again, louder this time. "Dad?" Still nothing. I needed to check if they were awake. To get to the stairs leading to the second floor, I had to walk through the kitchen and past the living room. I took a few steps forward, my phone's flashlight still on, when something caught my eye. There, in the corner where the kitchen meets the hallway, was a figure. I almost dropped my phone. My light beam fell directly on what appeared to be a woman sitting on the floor, her back against the wall, knees pulled up to her chest, and face buried in her hands. She wore what looked like a pale nightgown or dress. Her hair was long and dark, hanging down over her arms. She wasn't moving, not breathing, not rocking, nothing. Just sitting there, perfectly still, like a photograph. This wasn't my mum. My mum is short with shoulder-length blonde hair. This, whatever it was, had long dark hair that reached past her elbows. I stood there paralyzed, unable to move, unable to even blink. Time seemed to stretch and distort. It could have been seconds or minutes that I stood there. I honestly don't know. My brain kept trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Maybe it was a pile of laundry, a shadow from the furniture. But no matter how hard I tried to rationalize it, I could clearly see the outline of a person. Then, almost imperceptibly, her fingers moved. Just a slight twitch, like she was about to look up. That broke the spell. I bolted. I didn't care about the noise anymore. I sprinted through the kitchen, past the living room, and up the stairs to the second floor. I didn't stop to check my parents' room. I ran straight to my bedroom, slammed the door shut, and dove under my covers like I was 10 years old again. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I could hear my ragged breathing and feel sweat soaking through my t-shirt. I clutched my phone in my hand, ready to call for help, but who would I even call? What would I say? Hey, there's a woman sitting in our kitchen who called my name, but she's not really a woman. I lay there for what felt like hours, ears straining for any sound, footsteps on the stairs, my door opening, anything. But there was nothing except the normal sounds of the house. Eventually, I built up enough courage to peek out from under the covers. My room was empty. The door was still closed. Nothing had followed me. I checked my phone. 4:15 in the morning. I had two choices: stay in my room until dawn or check on my parents. The thought of leaving my room terrified me, but I was even more scared that whatever was in the kitchen might hurt my parents. So I did what any kid would do. I called out for my mom from the safety of my bed. "Mom!" I shouted, loud enough that she would definitely hear me if she was asleep. A few seconds later, I heard movement from their bedroom. My dad's gruff, sleepy voice called back, "Aiden, what's wrong?" The flood of relief I felt was indescribable. I quickly made up an excuse about hearing a noise downstairs. My dad sighed audibly through the wall. "I'll check it out. Go back to sleep." I heard him get up, his heavy footsteps moving across their bedroom floor, then out into the hallway. I listened as he went downstairs, turning on lights as he went. A few minutes later, he came back up. "Nothing down there, bud," he said through my door. "Probably just the house settling. Go to sleep." I wanted to tell him about the woman, about the voice calling my name, but I couldn't form the words. Instead, I just said, "Thanks, Dad." I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed with all the lights on until morning came. When the sun finally rose, I went downstairs, half expecting to see some evidence of what happened, maybe marks on the floor or the wall where she had been sitting. But there was nothing. The kitchen looked normal, undisturbed. My mum came down around 7, surprised to see me already up. I almost told her then, but something held me back. It sounded crazy, even in my head. Instead, I asked her if she'd come down to check on me during the night. She looked at me strangely. "No, honey. I slept through the night. Why?" "No reason," I mumbled. "Just thought I heard something." The next few nights I refused to stay downstairs alone. I made excuses to go to bed early, or invited friends over so I wouldn't be alone. I started sleeping with my bedroom door locked and a chair propped under the doorknob. About a month later, my dad got transferred for work, and we moved to a different state. I was secretly relieved. I never told anyone in my family what happened that night, and I've never experienced anything like it since. But here's the thing that still haunts me. The detail I can't shake, no matter how much time passes. Whatever was in our kitchen that night knew my name. It called to me specifically, and sometimes, when I'm alone late at night and the house gets quiet, I swear I can still hear that voice, soft and insistent, calling Aiden from somewhere in the darkness behind me. I don't know what would have happened if that thing had looked up at me. I don't know what I would have seen, and honestly, I hope I never find out. Story 13. I still can't believe I'm actually typing this out. I've kept these experiences to myself for so long, partly because I was afraid nobody would believe me, and partly because I didn't want to remember. But after seeing other people share similar experiences, I think I'm finally ready to talk about what happened in that house. My childhood home wasn't anything special to look at from the outside. Just a typical 2-story house with faded yellow siding in a forgettable neighborhood. But inside was different. From my earliest memories, I knew something was wrong with that place. I refused to sleep alone until I was 9 years old. Every night was the same routine, begging my mom to let me sleep in her room, crying when she tried to make me stay in my own bed. There was this mirror hanging directly over my bed that terrified me. I couldn't explain why, but I'd lie there paralyzed, feeling like someone was watching me through it. When I finally did fall asleep, I'd have these vivid nightmares that would make me wake up screaming. The basement was another level of terror altogether. I wouldn't go down there alone for anything, not even if you paid me. It wasn't just dark and creepy like normal basements. It felt heavy down there, like the air itself was pressing against you, like something was waiting. I think part of what made the house so awful was that it already had a lot of negative energy from my family situation. My dad was an alcoholic with a temper, and there was a lot of shouting, a lot of tears. Looking back now, I wonder if all that pain and anger somehow fed whatever was in that house. The first incident I clearly remember happened when I was about 7. My grandmother's china was kept in this glass cabinet in the dining room. The cabinet had always been a bit tricky. The door would get stuck, and you'd have to really pull to get it open. One evening, we were all sitting in the living room watching TV when we heard this enormous crash from the dining room. When we ran in, the cabinet door was wide open, and every single piece of my grandmother's china was shattered on the floor. My mum started crying immediately. Those dishes had been in the family for generations. My dad insisted one of us kids must have done it, but we hadn't been anywhere near the dining room. The weird thing was, the cabinet. Doctor wasn't just open, it looked like it had been yanked open with incredible force. The hinges were bent. Things like that happened regularly. We had this heavy portrait of a bullfighter that hung in the hallway. The nail holding it was huge. My dad had made sure it was secure because the frame was so heavy. One day I was walking down the hall and it just flew off the wall right in front of me. Not like it slipped off the nail, like it was thrown. It missed my head by inches. After my grandmother died, things got worse, much worse. I started feeling things at night. I'd be lying in bed, and I'd feel these large hands stroking my back. I thought it was my mom at first, but when I'd roll over, no one would be there. For years, I never told anyone about this. Then one night when I was about 13, my mom and I were talking, and she suddenly went pale and asked me if I'd ever felt like someone was touching me when I was alone in the house. When I described the sensation of hands on my back, she started crying. She'd been experiencing the same thing for years. The voices started around the same time. I'd hear my mom calling me from downstairs, but when I'd go down, she wouldn't be home. Or I'd hear whispers right next to my ear when I was alone in a room. Sometimes they'd say my name over and over. Sometimes they'd just laugh. I started taunting whatever it was when I was a teenager. I know that sounds stupid, but I was so tired of being afraid all the time. I'd walk through the house yelling, "If you're real, do something. Show yourself." Nothing would happen right then, but later, when I was alone, things would escalate. After my dad died when I was 16, it was just me and my grandfather in the house. The nightmares got so bad, I started avoiding sleep. In one recurring dream, I'd be lying in bed, and I'd have this overwhelming sense that something was watching me. Then I'd realize I wasn't seeing from my own eyes. I was seeing through something else's eyes. It had this greenish night vision view, and it was standing in my doorway watching me sleep. I could feel its hatred for me, its desire to hurt me. When I'd wake up, my doorway would be empty, but the feeling of being watched would linger. My grandfather started getting confused. He'd talk about seeing people in the house who weren't there. At first, we thought it was just age-related dementia, but then he started describing the same figures I'd glimpsed out of the corner of my eye for years. A tall man in the hallway, a woman sitting at the kitchen table, a child running up the stairs. I moved out the second I turned 18. I couldn't take it anymore. My grandfather went into a nursing home shortly after, and the house sat empty for almost a year. Then last summer, My uncle called and said he needed to get some of my grandfather's things from the house before it was sold. He asked if I'd go with him since I knew where everything was kept. I didn't want to go back, but I felt like I owed it to my grandfather. The moment we pulled up to the house, my stomach clenched. It looked even more run down than I remembered. The yellow siding had faded to an almost grey colour, and the front garden was completely overgrown. There was a for sale sign in the yard with a price-reduced banner across it. My uncle had the keys, and when he opened the front door, I was hit with the smell, musty, rotten, like something had died inside. The house had only been empty for a year, but it looked like it had been abandoned for decades. The wallpaper was peeling, there were water stains on the ceiling, and the hardwood floors I remembered my mum polishing every weekend were warped and rotting in places. "Jesus," my uncle said, "what happened to this place?" I didn't have an answer. We walked through the living room, and I noticed all the picture frames on the mantel were face down. My uncle went to pick one up, and I stopped him. "Don't," I said. I couldn't explain why, but I knew we shouldn't touch anything. We went upstairs to get my grandfather's watch and some jewelry that had belonged to my grandmother. The upper floor was even worse. In my old bedroom, the mirror that had terrified me as a child was cracked down the middle, though it still hung above where my bed had been. The closet door, which had always stuck, was wide open. My uncle looked around nervously. "Let's get what we came for and get out of here." We found my grandfather's things and were heading back downstairs when I heard it. My name, whispered from somewhere behind us. My uncle stopped. "Did you hear that?" he asked. I nodded, unable to speak. We practically ran down the stairs after that. The kitchen was the most disturbing part. The sink was filled with dirt, not dust or grime, but actual soil, like someone had dumped a garden bed into it. The cabinet doors were all open, and the ancient refrigerator was humming loudly despite the house's electricity having been turned off. "This place is a mess," my uncle said, trying to sound normal. "No wonder they can't sell it." We were heading for the front door when it slammed shut. My uncle ran to it and tried the knob, but it wouldn't budge. He put his shoulder against it and pushed, but it was like it was welded shut. "Back door," I said, already moving toward the rear of the house. But the back door was the same, completely immovable. My uncle was starting to panic. "We could try a window." I walked to the living room window and tried to raise it, but it wouldn't move either. As I was struggling with it, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the glass, but it wasn't right. My face looked distorted, older, angrier. I backed away quickly. "The basement," I said, hating the words even as I spoke them. "There's a cellar door that leads outside." My uncle nodded, and we headed for the basement door. I hadn't been down there in years, and every instinct was screaming at me not to go down those stairs. But we didn't have a choice. The basement was pitch black. My uncle used his phone as a flashlight as we carefully made our way down the creaking stairs. The smell was overwhelming down there, rot and mold and something metallic that reminded me of blood. The beam from my uncle's phone didn't seem to penetrate the darkness very far, like the blackness was swallowing the light. We felt our way along the wall to where the cellar door should have been. When we found it, my uncle pushed against it, but like the other doors, it didn't move. "This is insane," he said, his voice shaking. "We're trapped in here." That's when we heard the footsteps upstairs. Heavy, slow footsteps moving across the kitchen floor above us. My uncle froze, and I felt the blood drain from my face. We both knew we were the only people in the house. The footsteps stopped directly above us, and then there was a loud thump, like something heavy had been dropped. Then silence. "We need to get out now," my uncle whispered. We turned to head back to the stairs, and that's when I saw it, a figure standing at the bottom of the staircase. It was too dark to make out details, but it was large, larger than any person should be, and it was blocking our only way back up. I grabbed my uncle's arm and pulled him back toward the cellar door. In desperation, he threw his whole body against it, and to our shock, it burst open. We tumbled out into the backyard, the bright sunlight momentarily blinding us. Without thinking, we ran to the gate at the side of the house, threw it open, and didn't stop running until we reached my uncle's car. As we sat there, breathing hard, I looked back at the house. All the windows were dark, but I could have sworn I saw something move behind the glass of my old bedroom window, something watching us. The strangest part? When we drove around to the front of the house, the front door was standing wide open, as if the house had let us out, but only on its terms, forcing us to exit through the basement and backyard gate. I never went back after that day. I heard the house eventually sold for way below market value. Sometimes I think about the family that lives there now and wonder if they're experiencing the same things we did. Part of me wants to warn them, but another part of me is afraid to even drive by that street again. I still don't know what was in that house. Was it haunted? Was it something else entirely? All I know is that whatever was there, it didn't want us. And in the end, it got its wish. Story 14. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family before. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it 8 years later, but I feel like I need to get this out there, even anonymously. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. Back in 2015, my girlfriend of 3 years, Melissa, broke up with me completely out of the blue. We'd been living together for almost 2 years, and I thought we were happy. I came home from work one day to find half our apartment empty and a note saying she'd fallen out of love with me months ago. No warning, no discussion, just gone. I spiraled hard. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, couldn't focus at work. I called in sick so often that I nearly lost my job. My friends tried to help, but I pushed everyone away. The only thing that gave me any comfort was my old acoustic guitar. Music has always been in my blood. My grandparents were both classically trained musicians, and I have uncles and aunts who play everything from violin to piano. Growing up, our extended family gatherings always turned into impromptu concerts, but strangely enough, in my immediate family, I was the only one who played. My parents always encouraged my interest in guitar, but neither of them could play a note. During those first few weeks after Melissa left, I'd sit in our half-empty apartment playing that guitar for hours. Sometimes I'd play until my fingers bled, and then play some more. It was the only thing that dulled the pain. About a month after the breakup, something weird started happening. I'd be playing, completely lost in the music, and then suddenly wake up, as if from a trance. I'd find myself holding the guitar straight up, almost like a cello, which is not how you play an acoustic guitar at all. My hands would be moving across the strings, playing melodies I didn't recognize, but that somehow felt familiar. The first time it happened, I chalked it up to exhaustion. I hadn't been sleeping much, so I figured I'd just dozed off while playing. But it kept happening. 2-3 times a week, I'd come to and find myself playing these strange, beautiful melodies. I tried to remember them afterward, to write them down, but they always slipped away like dreams after waking. Then the nighttime stuff started. I'd wake up at 3 or 4 in the morning to what sounded like someone softly playing my guitar, not just random plucking, actual melodies, sad ones. The guitar would sound like it was weeping. I know how crazy that sounds. The first few times I jumped out of bed and turned on the lights, but the guitar would always be exactly where I'd left it, untouched. I tried to convince myself it was just the building settling or the neighbors or my imagination working overtime because of the depression. But deep down, I knew it wasn't any of those things. One night in particular stands out. I'd been drinking heavily, something I'd started doing more and more. I was sitting on the floor of my bathroom, staring at the pile of prescription sleeping pills in my hand. I wasn't necessarily planning to take them all, but the thought had definitely crossed my mind. As I sat there, I suddenly felt this presence, like someone was sitting right next to me, though I was alone in the apartment. Then, clear as day, I heard a woman's voice shout, "Don't!" right in my ear. It was so loud and so real that I dropped the pills and they scattered across the bathroom floor. My heart was racing, and I was absolutely certain someone was in the apartment with me. I searched every room, every closet, even under the bed. Nothing. That wasn't the only time something like that happened. Whenever I'd get into a really dark place mentally or consider doing something destructive, I'd feel that presence again. Sometimes it was just a feeling of someone watching over me. Other times it was more direct, like the time I was driving way too fast on a rainy night and felt someone grab my arm just before I would have missed a sharp turn. The weirdest part was that during this whole period, I became obsessed with "While My Guitar Gently Weeps" by the Beatles. I'd never been a huge Beatles fan before, but this song just resonated with me on a level I couldn't explain. I played it constantly, tried to learn every version of it I could find. The original recording, the demo version, Eric Clapton's solo, the George Harrison acoustic version. I'd play it for hours, trying to get it perfect. And sometimes during those trance states, I'd wake up to find myself playing that very song, but in a way I'd never learned to play it, like someone else's hands were guiding mine. Slowly, over the course of about a year, I started to pull myself out of the depression. I got back into a routine, reconnected with friends, even started dating again. I met Sarah, who is now my fiancée, and things were looking up. The trances became less frequent, and the nighttime guitar weeping stopped altogether. I still felt that protective presence occasionally, but it was more subtle now. Then, about 2 years after the breakup, Sarah convinced me to go with her to a psychic fair. I'm not into that kind of thing at all, but she thought it would be fun, so I went along to humor her. We ended up sitting with this medium, an older woman named Margaret, who didn't fit any of the stereotypes I expected. No crystal ball, no dramatic outfit, just a normal-looking woman in her 60s wearing jeans and a sweater. Sarah went first, and Margaret told her some vague stuff about her career path that could have applied to anyone. I was already mentally rolling my eyes when it was my turn, but the moment I sat down, Margaret's demeanor completely changed. She stared at me with this intense look and said, "There's a young woman standing beside you. She's about your age, maybe a little younger. She has the same color hair as you." I just nodded politely, thinking this was the standard cold reading technique. Then Margaret said, "She's your sister, and she's been with you for a long time." I actually laughed and said, "I don't have a sister. I'm an only child." Margaret didn't back down. She looked at me with this sad expression and said, "She says she's been trying to reach you through music. She's been guiding your hands. She says she stopped you from making a terrible mistake." My blood ran cold. I hadn't told anyone about the trances, the nighttime music, or the bathroom incident with the pills. Not even Sarah. Margaret continued, "She's showing me the Beatles. She keeps playing a song about a guitar that's crying or weeping." At that point, I must have gone pale because Sarah grabbed my hand and asked if I was okay. I couldn't speak. How could this woman possibly know about "While My Guitar Gently Weeps"? Margaret smiled gently and said, "She wants you to know she's always been there, even when you didn't know she existed. She's been watching over you your whole life, but especially during your darkest times." I left that reading completely shaken. I didn't tell Sarah what had happened. I couldn't even process it myself. When we got home, I pulled out my guitar for the first time in months and just held it, staring at it like I'd never seen it before. That night I called my mom. We've always been close, but there were certain topics we never discussed. I decided to be direct. "Mom," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "did I ever have a sister?" The silence on the other end of the line was deafening. Then I heard my mom start to cry. She finally choked out, "Who told you?" She explained through tears that 2 years before I was born, my parents had a daughter. Her name was Emily, and she died of leukemia when she was just 4 years old. My parents were devastated, and they never fully recovered from the loss. When I was born, they were so terrified of losing another child that they decided never to tell me about Emily. They removed all photos of her from the house and made our relatives promise never to mention her to me. But here's the thing that made the hairs on my neck stand up. Emily had shown musical talent from an incredibly young age. By 3, she could pick out melodies on my grandmother's piano by ear. My parents had already planned to start her on violin lessons when she got sick. My mum also told me that While My Guitar Gently Weeps was playing on the hospital radio when Emily died. My dad, who had been a casual Beatles fan, could never listen to that song again. I was stunned. All those years, all those strange experiences, it had been Emily. My sister I never knew I had was somehow communicating with me through my guitar. It seemed impossible, yet it made a bizarre kind of sense. That night, I took my guitar out to the balcony of my apartment and played While My Guitar Gently Weeps as the sun set. I played it better than I ever had before, with a feeling and emotion I couldn't explain. And for the first time in years, I felt that presence again, not scary or intrusive, but comforting, like someone sitting beside me, finally at peace. I still play that song sometimes when I'm alone. I'll never know for sure what happened during those dark months after my breakup. Was it really Emily's spirit guiding me, protecting me from my own self-destructive impulses? Or was it just my subconscious mind creating a narrative to help me cope with loss and depression? All I know is that when I play certain songs, especially While My Guitar Gently Weeps, I still sometimes feel like I'm not playing alone. And somehow, that doesn't scare me anymore. It feels like coming home. Story 15. I never used to believe in anything supernatural. I was the skeptical kid who rolled my eyes when friends talked about ghosts at sleepovers. That changed last December when I took a winter break job at the Westbrook County Historical Museum in Massachusetts. I needed the money for college applications, and the museum was desperate for seasonal help. The pay was decent, $10 an hour to basically sit around and occasionally show people through an old house. Easy money, right? My main post was the Bennett House, an 1855 doctor's residence they've preserved to look exactly like the family still lives there. It's one of those places where everything is perfectly arranged. Half-eaten meals on the dining table, beds unmade, medical instruments in the doctor's study. The museum people are obsessed with historical accuracy, so they keep it looking lived in rather than like a display. Most days were mind-numbingly boring. I'd sit at this little desk near the entrance with my history textbook, studying for finals while waiting for visitors. The museum provided this ancient wooden chair that made my back hurt after about 20 minutes. The house had heating, but it was always this weird temperature. Not exactly cold, but never comfortable either. Last Thursday started like any other shift. It was pouring rain, so the museum was practically empty. My supervisor, Mrs. Winters, checked in around noon and told me she'd be in the main building if I needed anything. Then she left me alone in this massive 3-story Victorian house. In the first 2 hours, I had exactly 3 visitors. An elderly couple who spent maybe 15 minutes looking around, and some history professor type who asked a million questions about the doctor's medical practices. After they left, I was completely alone. Around 2 in the afternoon, I was halfway through a chapter on the Civil War when I heard it. This weird rustling sound coming from behind a door about 5 feet from my chair. At first, I thought it might be mice. The museum had problems with them before, especially in the older buildings. The noise continued for maybe 30 seconds, then stopped. I went back to my book. A few minutes later, it started again, a definite rustling, like someone slowly dragging paper or fabric across the floor. The door led to the servant stairs, which connected to the cellar entrance. I'd only been down there once during training. The basement was straight out of a horror movie. Dirt floor in some areas, ancient stone walls, and about 1,000 spider webs. Mrs. Winters had jokingly said it looked like the basement from The Conjuring, and she wasn't wrong. I tried to ignore the sound, but after about 10 minutes of on and off rustling, I figured I should at least check if a raccoon had somehow gotten in. We'd had problems with animals seeking shelter from the rain before. When I opened the door to the servants' stairs, the sound stopped momentarily. Then it started again, definitely coming from behind the cellar door at the bottom of the stairs. The stairwell was dim, with just a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. I remember hesitating at the top of the stairs, not wanting to go down. "Hello?" I called out stupidly, like whatever animal was down there would answer me. Nothing. I took a deep breath and walked down the stairs, each step creaking under my weight. The rustling continued, more insistent now. When I reached the cellar door, I paused with my hand on the old iron handle. The door had one of those old-fashioned latches that you lift up. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I'm not normally jumpy, but something about that sound felt deliberate, not random like an animal would make. I pulled the door open slowly, fumbling for the light switch I knew was somewhere on the right wall. The rustling stopped instantly, not gradually like something being startled. It just cut off mid-sound. The basement lights flickered on, revealing the same cluttered, creepy space I remembered. Old furniture covered in sheets, boxes of archived materials, and cleaning supplies. Nothing moving, nothing out of place. But the silence, that's what really got to me. It wasn't just that the rustling had stopped. The entire house had gone completely silent. No creaking wood, no rain hitting the windows, no distant traffic sounds from the street. It was like someone had pressed a mute button on the world. I quickly scanned the basement, not wanting to go any further in. Nothing seemed disturbed. After about 20 seconds of the most uncomfortable silence I've ever experienced, I closed the door, made sure it was locked, and hurried back upstairs. When I got back to my desk, the normal sounds returned. Rain hitting the roof, the old radiator hissing in the corner, the occasional car passing on the street outside. I tried to convince myself it was just the old house settling, or maybe water in the pipes. I went back to my textbook, but couldn't focus. Every few minutes, I'd look up at that door, half expecting to see it swing open on its own. About 20 minutes later, I heard it, distinct creaking from the second floor. Not the random noises old houses make, but deliberate footsteps, slow, heavy steps moving across the floor directly above my head. Anyone who's lived in an old house knows that each floorboard has its own unique sound. After working in the Bennett house for 3 weeks, I'd become familiar with its noises. The steps I heard were moving across the master bedroom, and I recognized the particular squeak of the loose board near the window. The same sound I heard whenever I walked there during tours. The footsteps continued for about 30 seconds, pacing back and forth in that room. Then they stopped abruptly. I sat frozen, straining to hear any other movement. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe someone had come in while I was in the basement, but that was impossible. The front door had one of those bells that rings whenever it opens, and the back entrance was kept locked. Nobody could have entered without me knowing. I seriously considered calling Mrs. Winters, but what would I say? "I think the house is haunted." I'd sound insane. Besides, I needed this job. Around 3:30, a family of 4 came in for a tour. I was so relieved to see actual living people that I gave them the most enthusiastic tour of my life, lingering in each room and dragging out every historical anecdote I could remember. I even made up a few details about the doctor's family to keep the tour going longer. When we reached the master bedroom, I hesitated at the doorway. Nothing seemed out of place, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. The youngest kid, probably around 7, kept looking at the corner by the wardrobe, even when I was pointing out features on the opposite side of the room. After the family left, I had about an hour until closing. I went back to my desk, determined to focus on my homework and ignore any strange sounds. The house was quiet again, just the normal creaks and settling noises. Then I sneezed, a normal, everyday sneeze. "Bless you, mister." The voice was clear as day, a child's voice, maybe a young boy, coming from right behind me. I whipped around so fast I knocked my textbook to the floor. There was nobody there, just the empty entrance hall with its faded wallpaper and antique furniture. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. "Is someone there?" Silence. I got up and checked every room on the first floor. Empty. I even looked out the windows to see if some kid was playing a prank, but there was no one in sight, just the empty museum grounds being pelted by rain. I returned to my desk and sat down, my hands shaking slightly. That voice had been so clear, so close. It wasn't my imagination. I waited another 30 minutes, constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. At exactly 5 o'clock, I practically ran to the main building to clock out. Mrs. Winters was there, organizing some paperwork. "How was it today, Lucas? Quiet with the rain, I bet." I hesitated, then asked as casually as I could, "Has anyone ever mentioned anything unusual about the Bennett house?" She looked up from her papers. "Unusual how?" "I don't know, just strange noises or anything." She studied me for a moment. "Well, it is almost 170 years old. Old houses make noises." "Right, of course," I said quickly. "Just curious." She smiled slightly. Though Maggie, she worked here last summer, did ask to be reassigned after a few weeks in the Bennett house. Never said why exactly. "Is everything okay?" "Yeah, everything's fine," I lied. "Just wondering." I drove home in the rain, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it all. But I couldn't stop thinking about that voice, so clear, so direct. Not a random sound I'd misinterpreted, but actual words spoken right behind me. That night, I looked up the history of the Bennett house online. Dr. William Bennett had 3 children, 2 daughters and a son who died of scarlet fever at age 9. According to the museum's website, the boy, Thomas, died in the house in 1862. I called in sick the next day. When I went back on Saturday, I immediately asked Mrs. Winters if I could be reassigned to the main building or the gift shop, anywhere but the Bennett house. She didn't ask many questions, just nodded, and said she'd put me on rotation in the main exhibit hall instead. The way she looked at me, though, I could tell this wasn't the first time someone had asked to leave that house. I still don't know what was in that house with me. Maybe it was just my imagination running wild in an old building on a rainy day. But sometimes when I'm alone and it's quiet, I think I can still hear that child's voice saying, "Bless you, mister," clear as day right behind me. Story 16. I've been debating whether to post this for weeks now. I'm not usually one for sharing personal stuff online, but I need to tell someone who might actually believe me. My friends just laugh it off, and my girlfriend tries to be supportive, but I can tell she thinks I'm overreacting. I moved into this apartment in Dublin about 7 months ago. It's in this old building that used to be some fancy house back in the day. The rent was surprisingly reasonable considering the location, and I was just happy to find a place with enough space in my budget. The layout is kind of weird. The building has these 2 distinct levels, with the upper floor accessed by this imposing staircase of about 20 steps. My place is on the ground floor, and according to the landlord, it used to be where the scullery maids lived when the place was a proper house. From the beginning, there was something off about the spare bedroom. Nothing I could put my finger on exactly, just a feeling of unease. Like the air is somehow different in there. Even in the first week, I found myself avoiding it without really knowing why. I'd walk past quickly or find excuses not to go in. My girlfriend Ellie thought I was being silly at first, but she's good about it and handles the cleaning in there when we have guests over. The first really strange thing happened about 3 months after moving in. Ellie and I were watching some Netflix documentary one evening. Nothing scary, just something about food manufacturing. We had done laundry earlier and had clothes drying on a rack in the corner of the living room. I remember it was raining outside, so we couldn't hang anything out. I was half paying attention to the show when I saw movement from the corner of my eye. I turned my head and watched, I swear to God, as the sleeve of my grey jumper slowly lifted itself up, held in the air for maybe 2 seconds, and then dropped back down. It didn't just fall or slip. It raised up like someone invisible was holding it, trying to fold it or something. "Did you see that?" I asked Ellie, my voice sounding weird even to me. She was staring at the clothes rack, her face pale. "The sleeve? Yeah. What the fuck was that?" There was absolutely no breeze, no open windows, no fan running, nothing that could explain it. We tried to recreate it, waving our hands near it to create air currents, checking if the rack was somehow unbalanced. Nothing worked. The sleeve just hung there like normal clothes should. We tried to laugh it off, but neither of us wanted to touch the clothes afterward. I waited until morning to fold everything away. I probably would have eventually forgotten about it if that was the only weird thing. But 2 months later, so just a few weeks ago, something happened that I still can't explain. That day, Ellie had been chatting with our landlord's wife when she came to check on a leaky tap. Apparently, the building has been in their family for over 200 years. The current landlord is like the 7th generation to own it. I wasn't particularly interested in the building's history until that night. I went to bed early because I had an important meeting the next morning. Ellie was already asleep beside me. She crashes hard after 9 most nights. I was just lying there scrolling through Instagram trying to wind down. It was almost 11 when I first heard it. A door closing somewhere in the apartment. Not slamming, just the distinctive sound of a door latch catching. I paused, thinking maybe it was just the building settling. Old buildings make noises, right? Then another door opened and another closed. Within seconds, it sounded like every door in our apartment was opening and closing. Not gently like you'd expect from air currents, but deliberately, like someone was walking through the apartment, systematically opening and closing each door. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding. Ellie was still fast asleep beside me, somehow not hearing any of this. I almost woke her up, but then thought maybe I was just being paranoid. I decided to listen more carefully. That's when I heard the footsteps. Heavy, slow steps moving along the carpeted hallway between the spare bedroom and the main hall. The sound was unmistakable, the muffled thud of someone walking with purpose. But the footsteps didn't sound right. They were too deliberate, too measured, like someone trying to make their presence known. I reached for my phone and called my sister. I know it sounds stupid, but I needed someone on the line while I checked things out. She answered, groggy with sleep. "Nathan, it's fucking 11:30. What's wrong?" "I think someone's in my apartment," I whispered, not wanting to wake Ellie or alert whoever, whatever, was out there. "Call the police," she hissed. "No, I need to check first. Just stay on the line." I slid out of bed, grabbing the heaviest thing I could find, a metal water bottle from my bedside table. Pathetic, I know, but it was something. The doors had stopped opening and closing, but the footsteps continued, pacing back and forth in the hallway. I stood at our bedroom door, listening, trying to work up the courage to open it. Finally, I yanked it open and slapped the light switch for the hallway. The sound stopped instantly. The hallway was empty. I stood there, phone to my ear, water bottle raised like an idiot. "I don't see anyone," I told my sister, my voice shaking, "but I swear I heard footsteps." I checked the entire apartment, living room, kitchen, bathroom. Everything looked normal. No signs of forced entry, all windows locked, until I got to the spare bedroom. The light was off, but enough illumination came from the hallway for me to see that the desk chair had been pulled out from the desk. It was facing the doorway directly, as if someone had been sitting there watching the door, waiting for me to come in. I know That chair had been pushed in earlier. Ellie is meticulous about things like that. She'd cleaned in there that morning. "Someone's been in the spare room," I told my sister, my voice barely audible now. "Get out of the apartment, Nathan," she said. "Just wake up, Ellie, and get out now." But something stubborn in me refused to be chased out of my own home. I turned on every light in the apartment, checked every possible hiding place, and found nothing. No intruder, no open windows, no explanation. I thanked my sister and hung up, then went outside to smoke a cigarette to calm my nerves. I rarely smoke, but I keep a pack for emergencies, and this definitely qualified. The cold night air helped clear my head, and by the time I finished, I'd almost convinced myself I had imagined the whole thing. Almost. When I went back inside, Ellie was still sound asleep. I slid back into bed beside her, leaving the bedroom door open and the hallway light on. I was just drifting off when I heard it again. Footsteps in the hallway. Slow, methodical steps, pacing back and forth. I lay frozen, unable to move, listening to them for what felt like hours before exhaustion finally claimed me. In the morning, I asked Ellie if she'd heard anything unusual during the night. She hadn't. I told her about the chair in the spare room, and we went to look at it together. It was pushed in neatly at the desk, exactly where it should be. I would have thought I was losing my mind, except for what happened next. Our neighbor's black cat sometimes wanders into our apartment when we leave the door open on nice days. It's friendly enough, and Ellie likes to give it treats. That cat has always behaved strangely in our apartment. It seems perfectly comfortable everywhere except the hallway, where it creeps along with its belly low to the ground, eyes wide. The really weird thing is that whenever it visits, it walks directly to the spare bedroom. It doesn't explore or sniff around like cats usually do. It makes a beeline for that room, slips inside, and then sits in the center of the floor, staring up at the empty air, as if looking at someone standing there. Sometimes it even makes these little chirping noises, like it's trying to communicate with whatever it sees. Last week, I came home from work early and found the cat sitting in the doorway of the spare room, its back arched, fur standing on end, staring into the empty room and making this low, growling sound I'd never heard from it before. When it saw me, it bolted past me and out the front door. I stood in the hallway, staring into the spare room, and felt a cold certainty that whatever had been pacing in my hallway that night was standing in there, just out of sight. I don't know what to do. The lease runs for another 5 months, and we can't afford to break it. Ellie thinks I'm just stressed from work and letting my imagination run wild. Maybe she's right. But every night now, I lie awake listening for footsteps, and more often than not, I hear them. That slow, deliberate pace of someone who knows exactly where they're going because they've walked these floors for 200 years. I still don't go into the spare room if I can help it. Sometimes I swear I can feel someone watching me through the doorway when I walk past, and sometimes, when I'm alone in the apartment, I hear the desk chair in there scrape against the floor, as if someone is pulling it out to sit down. Story 17. I never believed in ghosts until we moved into that house in upstate New York. It was early. 1993. I was 4 years old, and my little brother was just a toddler. My parents were so excited about buying their first home, a fairly new 2-story place built in the 80s. Nothing special architecturally, just your typical suburban house with vinyl siding, a small front yard, and a finished basement. The previous owners were the only people who'd lived there before us, and they'd moved out because they needed something bigger for their growing family. At least that's what we were told. My dad worked at this local music store selling instruments and giving guitar lessons. He was this rock and roll type, long hair, band t-shirts, the whole deal. My mom was the opposite, superstitious, spiritual, and believed in things like bad energy and evil eyes. I remember them arguing about whether to hang horseshoes above the doors for good luck. Dad thought it was stupid. Mom insisted. Looking back, I wish we'd hung 100 of them. About a month after we moved in, Dad started telling Mom about this weird old guy who kept coming into the store. Not to buy anything, just to browse and chat with the employees. The guy wore this necklace that looked like it was made of small bones. Dad thought it was some hippie thing, maybe chicken bones or something. He joked with the guy once, saying, "What? No human skull to complete your collection?" The old man just stared at him with these intense eyes and said, "Would you like one?" Dad laughed it off. 3 weeks later, the old man showed up at the store with a paper bag. He handed it to my dad and said, "You asked for this. It's yours now." Then he left. Dad opened the bag and nearly dropped it. Inside was an actual human skull. At least, it looked real. Dad figured it was a really good replica, maybe from a medical supply store or a Halloween shop. He brought it home that night, thinking it was kind of cool in a morbid way. Mom freaked out when she saw it. "Get that thing out of our house!" she screamed. They had a huge fight about it. Dad insisted it was fake and just a cool conversation piece. Mom was convinced it would bring bad luck. Eventually, Dad agreed to put it in the basement, in a storage closet, where it wouldn't bother anyone. He wrapped it in an old t-shirt, put it in a box, and we all basically forgot about it. That's when things started happening. My aunt was visiting one weekend to help us unpack. She was walking past the boy's bedroom where my little brother was napping. She stopped and poked her head in to check on him, then came running downstairs, white as a sheet. She told my mom she'd seen a little girl with long dark hair sitting on my brother's bed, holding him. My mom ran upstairs, but there was no one there except my brother, sleeping peacefully. My aunt refused to come back to our house after that. A few days later, Mom was putting away laundry when she froze in the hallway, staring into our bedroom. Later, she told Dad she'd seen the same little girl my aunt described, standing by my brother's crib, watching him sleep. Dad brushed it off, saying she was just spooked by my aunt's story and was seeing things. Then Mom started having nightmares, terrible ones. She'd wake up screaming about men in her closet, men with no faces watching her. The weird part was that in the morning, she often couldn't remember the dreams at all. Dad would tell her what happened, and she'd have no memory of waking up screaming. When I turned 5, I started having night terrors and sleepwalking. I'd wake up screaming about the man with the bone face coming to get me. My parents would find me in random parts of the house in the middle of the night. Once, Mum found me sitting cross-legged in front of the TV at 3 in the morning. The TV was off, but when she asked what I was doing, I told her I was watching my show and that I wanted to go outside and hang out with my friends. It was the middle of winter. My brother, once he got older, started complaining about noises in the walls. He said he could hear scratching, like something was trying to get out. My parents blamed it on mice, but the exterminator never found any evidence of rodents. Things got worse as time went on. My brother and his friend used a Ouija board in the house once when he was about 12. I was 13 by then. They ran out of his room in tears, refusing to say what happened. Years later, he told me the planchette had moved on its own, spelling out "get out" over and over. The same night, he woke up around 2 in the morning and saw Mom standing straight up in bed, staring at the wall with this vacant expression. When he said "Mom," she just laid back down like nothing happened and started snoring. She had no memory of it the next day. We all heard the footsteps. That was the thing that got to everyone, even Dad. Heavy footsteps going up and down the stairs when nobody was there. They'd start at the bottom of the stairs, slowly make their way up, pause at the landing, then continue to the top. Sometimes they'd go all the way to my parents' bedroom door and stop. Other times they'd come to my room or my brother's. We'd hear the floorboards creaking outside our doors, like someone was standing there, deciding whether to come in. For me, the worst was the knocking. It would start as a soft tap on my bedroom wall. Tap, tap, tap. Then it would get louder, more insistent. Knock, knock, knock. I'd hide under my covers, too terrified to look. Sometimes it sounded like it was moving around the room, knocking from different places. The corner, the ceiling, under my bed. I'd squeeze my eyes shut and repeat, "There's nothing there," until I fell asleep from exhaustion. My parents' marriage didn't survive the house. They divorced when I was 14, and Mom decided we needed to move. Dad had already moved out by then, so it was just Mom, my brother and me packing everything up. The basement was the worst. Years of accumulated junk that nobody wanted to sort through. Mom hired some guys to help clear it out. That's when we realized the skull was gone. We went through every box, every storage bin, every corner of that basement. It wasn't there. Dad swore he never moved it, never took it back. It had simply vanished. That's when Mom told us she'd been researching the old man from the music store. Apparently, he'd been a regular at several businesses in town, always wearing that bone necklace. She found out he'd died 2 years after giving Dad the skull, his body discovered in a remote cabin in the woods. The police report mentioned ritualistic items found in the cabin, but nothing specific. We never found out if the skull was real or where it came from. We never learned who the little girl was or why she seemed so interested in my brother. We never discovered why Mom would stand up in bed in the middle of the night, staring at nothing, or why I was so determined to watch my show on a turned-off TV. The day we moved out, I went back to my room one last time to make sure I hadn't forgotten anything. The moment I stepped inside, I felt this overwhelming sense of dread, like something was watching me, warning me to leave. The air felt heavy and cold, and I swear I heard a faint whisper right by my ear. I couldn't make out the words, but I didn't stick around to try. I ran out of that room, down the stairs, and straight to the car. I never looked back. That night, in our new apartment, I slept through the night for the first time in years. So did Mom. My brother stopped talking about scratching in the walls. Mom's nightmares ended. It was like whatever had attached itself to us stayed behind in that house. I've looked up the house online a few times over the years. It's been sold several times since we left. I often wonder if the new families experienced the same things we did, or if whatever was there was specifically attached to us, or more specifically, to that skull. I still don't know if the skull was real or where it went. I don't know who the old man was or why he singled out my dad. I don't know if the little girl was connected to the skull or if she was something else entirely. All I know is that from the moment that skull entered our house until the day we left, our lives were a living nightmare, and sometimes even now, 20-some years later, I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear knocking on my wall. Tap, 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 and I still pull the covers over my head just in case. Story 18. I've never really shared this experience with anyone outside my close friends. It happened when I was 16, and even though it's been years, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I'm not one to believe in supernatural stuff, but what happened that night at Sembawang Beach changed everything for me. I was a student leader at my secondary school in Singapore. Our school held this annual adventure camp for freshmen, to help them bond and get used to school life. It was a big deal to be selected as a leader, and I was pretty excited when they picked me. We had several training sessions before the actual camp, learning all the activities, safety procedures, and team-building exercises. The camp was located near Sembawang Beach, close to this old abandoned village called Kampong Wak Hassan. If you're Singaporean, you probably know about its reputation. The locals always had these stories about Pontianaks, female vampiric ghosts, and Pokongs, shrouded spirits, appearing there. Growing up, I'd heard countless stories about people encountering strange things in that area, especially near the beach, which was supposedly used to dispose of spiritual items. You know, those little boats with offerings, talismans, and other ritual stuff that people leave behind after ceremonies. I didn't really believe any of it. I mean, I'm not superstitious, at least I wasn't back then. The camp schedule included a night walk activity for the freshmen. It was designed to build their courage and teamwork. We leaders were positioned at different checkpoints along a predetermined route through the forest area near the beach. My station was the third checkpoint, about 50 meters from the shoreline. I could hear the waves but couldn't see the water clearly through the trees. The night walk was scheduled to begin at 9:30 in the evening. I was dropped off at my checkpoint around 9:15 by one of the teachers. I had a small flashlight, a whistle, and a walkie-talkie for emergencies. The plan was simple: wait for the groups to come by, stamp their checkpoint cards, give them some encouragement, and send them on their way to the next point. Just stay here until all the groups pass through, the teacher told me before leaving. The first group should be here in about 20 minutes. I watched as his flashlight disappeared into the darkness, heading back toward the camp. And then I was alone. It was a humid night, typical Singapore weather. The air felt heavy, almost sticky. There was no moon that night, just a black sky with hardly any stars visible. The trees blocked what little natural light there might have been. I could hear crickets, some distant frogs, and the rhythmic sound of waves hitting the shore. I found a fallen log to sit on and switched off my flashlight to save the battery. My eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness. I could make out the shapes of the trees around me and the path that the students would be coming along. That's when I first heard it, a faint sound coming from the direction of the beach. At first, I thought it might be some animal or maybe even another leader setting up a further checkpoint. But as I listened more carefully, I realized it was a human voice. Someone was chanting something in a language I couldn't understand. It wasn't English, Malay, Chinese, or Tamil. It was something else entirely. Curiosity got the better of me. I stood up and moved a few steps toward the sound, careful not to stray too far from my checkpoint. Through a gap in the trees, I could just barely make out the beach. There was someone there, a lone figure standing at the water's edge. I couldn't tell if it was a man or woman, just a dark silhouette against the slightly lighter backdrop of the sea. The figure was holding something in their hands. I squinted, trying to see better. It looked like a small boat, one of those paper or banana leaf boats people use for offerings. The chanting continued, growing slightly louder. I couldn't understand the words, but the tone made me uneasy. There was something desperate about it. Then the figure bent down, placed the boat in the water and lit something, probably a candle or incense. A small flame flickered briefly before the little boat began drifting away with the tide. The person stood watching it for a moment, then turned and walked along the beach, disappearing from my view. I should have gone back to my checkpoint right away, but something kept me frozen in place, watching the tiny light of the offering boat as it bobbed on the waves, growing smaller and smaller until it vanished. When I finally turned to go back, I felt it. A sudden drop in temperature. It wasn't just a breeze, it was like walking into a freezer. My breath came out in a visible puff, which made no sense in Singapore's tropical climate. I hurried back to my checkpoint, my heart suddenly racing. As I reached the fallen log where I'd been sitting, I had the overwhelming sensation that I wasn't alone anymore. You know that feeling when someone is standing right behind you, that prickling awareness that raises the hair on your neck. It was like that, but 10 times stronger. I wanted to turn around, but I couldn't. My body wouldn't respond. My muscles had locked up. I just stood there, paralyzed, with a fear I'd never experienced before. And then I felt it, a hand grabbing my right wrist. It wasn't a gentle touch. It was cold, impossibly cold and tight. I could feel individual fingers wrapping around my wrist, pressing into my skin. But when I looked down, there was nothing there. Absolutely nothing. Just the sensation of a hand gripping me tightly. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I tried to move, but remained frozen in place. The grip tightened, and I felt a sharp pain shoot up my arm. The cold from the invisible hand began spreading up my arm toward my shoulder. I don't know how long I stood there. It could have been seconds or minutes. Time seemed to stop. All I could focus on was the invisible hand gripping my wrist and the cold that was slowly creeping through my body. Then I heard voices. The first group of freshmen was approaching. Their flashlights bobbed in the darkness, and I could hear them chatting nervously among themselves. The moment their lights touched the area around me, the grip on my wrist vanished. The cold receded almost instantly. I was shaking uncontrollably when they reached me. They must have noticed something was wrong because one of them asked, "Are you okay? You look really pale." I managed to nod and mumble something about being startled by an animal. I don't think they believed me, but they didn't push it. I stamped their cards with trembling hands and sent them on their way, suddenly desperate not to be left alone again. The rest of the night was a blur. Group after group came through my checkpoint. I kept my flashlight on the entire time. Battery conservation be damned. I didn't turn toward the beach again, and I tried to ignore the persistent feeling that someone or something was standing just behind me, watching and waiting. When the last group passed through, one of the senior teachers came to collect me. I practically ran to join him, relieved to have another human being nearby. Back at the camp, we had a debrief session with all the leaders. That's when things got even weirder. As we were discussing how the night walk went, another leader, Faisal, mentioned feeling like someone was standing behind him at his checkpoint. Then another leader said the same thing. Soon, almost every leader reported having felt an unseen presence while they were alone at their posts. Some described it as just a feeling. Others, like me, had more physical experiences. One girl said she heard whispering in her ear. Another boy said he felt something brush against his face. We all looked at each other, suddenly realizing this wasn't just imagination or nerves. The teachers tried to rationalize it, saying it was probably just the wind or animals in the forest. But we knew better. Something had been out there with us that night. I didn't tell anyone about seeing the person performing rituals on the beach. Somehow, it felt too personal, too connected to what happened to me afterward, because something did happen afterward. That night, back in the dormitory, I developed a high fever. It came on suddenly. 1 minute I was fine, the next I was burning up. The camp nurse gave me some medicine and said it was probably just exhaustion or maybe a virus. But the next morning, I noticed something on my right wrist, exactly where I had felt the invisible hand grab me. There was a mark, like a bruise, but in an unusual pattern. It looked almost like fingers had dug into my skin, leaving behind 5 distinct marks. The marks were an angry red color, and they were hot to the touch. The fever lasted for 3 days. The doctors couldn't explain it. All the tests came back normal. They said it was probably just a viral infection, but none of the other students or leaders got sick. The marks on my wrist faded after about a week, leaving no trace behind. But I know what I felt that night. I know something grabbed me, something that shouldn't exist in our rational world. I've researched Kampong Wak Hassan since then. The stories go back generations. The beach has long been used for spiritual purposes, especially for discarding items, used in rituals. Some believe that when these items are placed in the water, the spirits attached to them can linger, looking for new hosts. Was that what happened to me? Did I interrupt some ritual and attract the attention of something supernatural? I don't know. I can't explain it. All I know is that what I experienced was real, and it changed me. I've never gone back to Sembawang Beach. I've never participated in another night activity at that camp. Some things you experience once, and that's enough to last a lifetime. The memory of that cold hand gripping my wrist in the darkness is something I'll never forget, no matter how many years pass. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I still get that feeling, like something is standing just behind me, watching and waiting, and my right wrist still tingles with cold sometimes, for no reason at all. Story 19. I still can't explain what happened to us in that house on Virginia Street. It's been over 7 years since we left Bellingham, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I've never shared this publicly before, but I need to get it off my chest. In early 2016, my wife Sarah and I moved into this older two-story house at the end of Virginia Street in Bellingham, Washington. It was a decent place, nothing fancy, but it had 3 bedrooms, which was perfect for us with our 5-year-old daughter Emma and our newborn son Jack. After 8 years in the military, I'd finally landed a stable job with regular hours. We were excited to settle down and build a life there. The first few weeks were normal, unpacking boxes, arranging furniture, fixing little things around the house. The previous owners had left the place in decent condition, though there was this weird, musty smell in certain areas that we couldn't get rid of, no matter how much we cleaned. I remember joking with Sarah that the smell was probably just the ghosts. Man, I wish I hadn't said that. It started about a month after we moved in. I was working late shifts that week, so I'd get home around 2 in the morning while everyone was asleep. I'd usually watch some TV to wind down before bed. This particular night, I'd finally fallen asleep around 3:30 when Sarah shook me awake, panic in her voice. "Michael, someone's downstairs. The TV is on full blast." I sat up immediately, fully alert. The living room TV was indeed blaring at maximum volume. I could hear it clearly from our second-floor bedroom. My military training kicked in. I grabbed my pistol from the lockbox in our closet and told Sarah to stay with the kids while I checked it out. Heart pounding, I moved silently down the stairs, gun ready. I methodically cleared each room, living room, kitchen, dining room, the small office space. Nobody was there. The front and back doors were locked from the inside, windows all closed. But the TV was on. Volume cranked all the way up to 100. I checked everywhere someone could hide, behind furniture, in closets, under beds. Nothing. I told myself someone must have sat on the remote, though deep down I knew that didn't make sense. It would take deliberately pressing multiple buttons to get the volume that high. Plus, the remote was sitting untouched on the coffee table, not wedged in the couch cushions or on the floor. We tried to laugh it off the next morning. Must have been a power surge or something, we said. But 3 days later, Emma came to our room at 6 in the morning, looking scared. "Daddy, my TV turned on by itself last night." Emma's TV was an old model that required 2 separate remotes to operate. One for the TV itself and another for the cable box. You couldn't just accidentally press a button and have it come on. Both remotes were kept on her dresser, well out of reach from her bed. "What time did this happen, sweetie?" I asked. "When it was still dark. It was really loud and woke me up. I was too scared to get out of bed." Sarah and I exchanged glances. We checked Emma's room, but of course found nothing unusual. I told myself maybe the remotes had dead batteries causing them to malfunction, so I replaced them all, even though they seemed fine. About a week later, Sarah and I were sleeping in separate rooms. Jack was teething and fussy, so Sarah was in the guest room with him to avoid waking me before my early shift. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up to what sounded like quick footsteps, the distinct pitter-patter of small feet running down the hallway outside our bedroom. I immediately thought Emma was up. I got out of bed and opened the door, expecting to find Emma heading to the bathroom or coming to our room. The hallway was empty and dark. I checked Emma's room. She was sound asleep, clutching her stuffed rabbit. I figured I'd dreamed it and went back to bed. The next morning, Sarah mentioned hearing footsteps in the night. "I thought it was Emma running to your room," she said over coffee. "I even got up to check on her, but she was fast asleep." A chill ran down my spine. What time was this? Around 2, maybe. We both realized we'd heard the same thing at the same time from different parts of the house. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the house settling, or the pipes, or the neighbors. But we both knew what footsteps sounded like. Things were quiet for about 2 weeks after that. I started to think maybe we were just stressed and tired from the move and the new baby. Then one night, while I was up late with Jack trying to get him back to sleep, I heard a distinct plastic clatter from the kitchen, the unmistakable sound of one of Emma's sippy cups falling onto our linoleum floor. I froze, listening. Jack was in my arms. Sarah and Emma were asleep upstairs. I was the only one awake, and I certainly hadn't knocked anything over. After putting Jack down, I crept to the kitchen, flipping on lights as I went. Nothing was out of place. All of Emma's cups were where they should be, in the cabinet or the dishwasher. Nothing on the floor, nothing knocked over. I stood there in the kitchen for a long time, just listening to the house. For the first time, I felt unwelcome there, like I was being watched. The kitchen suddenly seemed colder than the rest of the house. By this point, I was getting concerned, but I didn't want to scare Sarah or Emma. I'm not a superstitious person. I've always believed there's a logical explanation for everything. But these incidents were starting to pile up, and I couldn't explain them away anymore. The turning point came about 2 months after we moved in. Sarah and I were watching a movie downstairs after putting the kids to bed. It was around 10 at night, and we were both tired but enjoying the rare, quiet moment together. That's when we heard it. A slow, drawn-out squeaking sound coming from the hallway. We both turned to look. The linen closet door in the hallway was opening, not quickly, like someone had pushed it, but slowly, inch by inch. It was moving so gradually that at first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. But Sarah saw it too. I could feel her tense up beside me on the couch. We watched, frozen, as the door opened all the way, revealing the full-length mirror mounted on the inside. From where we sat, we could see our own shocked faces reflected back at us. "Is there a draft?" Sarah whispered, her voice shaking. I got up to investigate, trying to appear calm for her sake. There was no draft. The door hinges were tight, not loose enough to swing open on their own. The floor was level. I even grabbed a marble from Emma's toy box and set it on the hallway floor to check. It didn't roll anywhere. I closed the door firmly, making sure the latch caught. We tried to go back to watching the movie, but neither of us could focus. About 15 minutes later, the squeaking started again. This time, we both immediately looked at the closet door. It was opening again, just as slowly as before. Sarah started crying. I'll never forget the look of pure fear on her face. I closed the door again, then wedged a doorstop under it. We finished the movie in silence, both of us watching that door from the corner of our eyes. That night, we slept with the kids in our room. Neither of us said it out loud, but we were scared. What do you do when your house starts doing things that houses shouldn't do? The next day, I called a friend who worked in construction to come check out the house. He inspected everything, the foundation, the walls, the electrical systems. He found nothing obviously wrong, though he did mention the house seemed to have some quirks in its construction, like it had been renovated by someone who didn't quite know what they were doing. The incidents continued over the next few weeks. Items would go missing, only to turn up in places we'd already checked. The baby monitor would pick up static and what sounded like whispers when we knew Jack was sleeping silently. Emma started talking about a shadow friend who visited her room at night. I began researching the history of the house, but couldn't find much information. It wasn't particularly old by Bellingham standards, built in the 1940s, according to the property records. Then, about 4 months after we moved in, I got offered a position across the country that I couldn't turn down. The salary was better, and honestly, I was relieved to have an excuse to leave that house. We decided to have a moving sale before we left to get rid of furniture we didn't want to transport. During the sale, an older man stopped by and started looking at our bookshelves. We got to talking, and I mentioned we hadn't been in the house long. "Oh, this house," he said, looking up at it. "You know they moved it here, right?" "What do you mean?" I asked. "This house wasn't originally built on this lot. They relocated it here maybe 3-4 years ago. Used to be somewhere else in town. They cut it in half to move it, then put it back together on this foundation." A chill ran down my spine. I'd never heard of a house being relocated like that. It explained the odd construction quirks my friend had noticed. Do you know where it came from? I asked. The old man shook his head. Not exactly. Somewhere over by the old cemetery, I think. They were clearing land for those new apartments. We moved away the following week. I've never been so happy to leave a place behind. Sometimes I wonder about the family who lives there now, if they're experiencing the same things we did. Part of me wants to warn them, but what would I say? Watch out for TVs turning on and closet doors opening. They'd think I was crazy. I still don't know what was happening in that house. Was it haunted? Were there logical explanations I missed? All I know is that 7 years later, I still wake up sometimes thinking I hear those small footsteps running down the hallway, and for a split second I'm back in that house on Virginia Street, listening to doors that shouldn't be opening all by themselves. Story 20. I still can't make sense of what happened that day. It's been 3 months, and I find myself constantly replaying it in my head, trying to figure out if I was just emotionally overwhelmed, or if what I saw was actually real. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or the supernatural, but I can't explain what I experienced that afternoon in my study. It was a Tuesday, in late February, the kind of cold, grey day where the clouds hang so low you feel like you could reach up and touch them. I remember because I had just gotten back from picking up groceries when I got the call. My husband Mark was working late that night, so I was alone when my phone rang. It was Lisa, one of my oldest friends, and I could tell immediately from her voice that something was terribly wrong. "Jessica," she said, her voice breaking. "It's Rachel, she's gone." At first, I didn't understand what she meant. Rachel was our mutual friend of 15 years. We'd been in each other's weddings, celebrated birthdays together, gone on vacations. The three of us had been inseparable since college. "What do you mean, gone?" I asked, my stomach already knotting up. "She was murdered, Jess. Last night. Someone broke into their house." The groceries I'd been unpacking slipped from my hands. A jar of pasta sauce shattered on the kitchen floor, red splattering everywhere, but I couldn't move to clean it up. I just stood there, phone pressed to my ear, as Lisa explained through sobs that Rachel had been alone at home. Her husband David had been out of town on business. By the time he got back this morning and found her, she had been dead for hours. I don't remember much of the rest of that conversation. I know I promised to call her back, but I couldn't think straight. Rachel was just 42. We'd had lunch together last week. She'd been telling me about the kitchen renovation she and David were planning for the summer. I wandered into my study in a daze, pasta sauce still drying on my socks. I slumped down into the small reading chair in the corner, the one with the worn blue cushions that Rachel always claimed when she visited. I remember thinking how she would never sit there again. Mark called around 4 in the afternoon. Lisa had reached out to him too. He told me that David was a wreck and had nowhere to go. The police had their house cordoned off as a crime scene. Mark had offered our guest room without even asking me, which would have normally irritated me, but in this situation, I understood. David would be arriving sometime tomorrow. After I hung up, I completely broke down. The study was the only room in the house where I felt I could really let go. It was my space, filled with my books and my photographs, including several of Rachel and me through the years. I sat there sobbing until my throat was raw, thinking about how Rachel and I had just been making plans to go hiking in the spring once the weather warmed up. It was around 5:30, and even though it was February, it wasn't completely dark outside yet. The study was well lit. I always kept the overhead light on and had a lamp in the corner that cast a warm glow. I was sitting in my reading chair, tissues scattered around me, when I felt something different in the room. I looked up, and that's when I noticed it. In the computer chair diagonally across from me, maybe 7 or 8 feet away, there was something. Not a person exactly, but a shape. It's so hard to describe this in a way that makes sense. It wasn't dark or shadowy like you'd expect a ghost to be. It was more like an absence, like someone had cut a person-shaped hole in reality. I could clearly make out the form of someone sitting in the chair. I could see legs crossed over the seat and arms resting on the armrests, but there were no features, no details, no substance. It was as if someone had taken an eraser and carefully removed a person-shaped piece from the room, leaving behind a void that somehow I could still perceive. The closest thing I can compare it to is that camouflage effect from the Predator movies, but less choppy, more subtle. It was a distortion, a ripple in the air that took the shape of a person. I could see through it to the bookshelf behind, but the image was warped, like looking through uneven glass. I froze. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. Was I hallucinating from stress? Having some kind of breakdown? The figure wasn't moving, just sitting there facing me. Despite having no discernible face, I somehow knew it was watching me. "What?" I said out loud, my voice hoarse from crying. The figure didn't respond. It didn't move. It just sat there, this impossible negative space in my brightly lit study. I wasn't afraid, strangely enough. I was confused, yes, but not scared. There was nothing threatening about its presence. If anything, it felt comforting somehow, like it was keeping me company in my grief. I stared at it for what felt like several minutes, though it was probably only seconds. Then, slowly, it began to fade. Not like a ghost in a movie that disappears in a dramatic flash, but gradually, like fog dissipating in morning sunlight. First the legs, then the torso, and finally the suggestion of a head, until there was nothing left but my empty computer chair. I sat there for a long time afterward, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. I've had strange experiences before. Once, when I was a teenager, I swear I saw my grandmother standing at the foot of my bed the night after she died, but this was different. This wasn't a visible spirit. It was the opposite, an invisible presence that somehow made itself known. The next day, David arrived. He looked like he hadn't slept in days, which he probably hadn't. His eyes were red-rimmed and vacant. Mark helped him bring his bags to the guest room while I made coffee. None of us really wanted to drink. We sat at the kitchen table, and David told us what little he knew. The police had no leads, nothing had been stolen. There was no sign of forced entry. It seemed random, senseless. That night, after everyone had gone to bed, I went back to my study. I half expected to see the figure again, but the computer chair remained empty. I sat in my reading chair and whispered, "Are you still here?" Nothing happened. The room stayed still and normal. I haven't told anyone about what I saw that day. Not Mark, not Lisa, certainly not David. What would I even say? Hey, I think a ghost or something visited me right after I found out Rachel died. It sounds crazy, even to me. But in the weeks that followed, as we planned Rachel's funeral, as I helped David sort through her belongings, as the police investigation stalled with no new leads, I kept thinking about that figure, about the strange comfort I felt in its presence. One night, about a month after Rachel's death, I was alone in the house again. Mark was away on business, and I was having trouble sleeping. I went downstairs to make some tea and found myself drawn to the study. I sat in my reading chair in the dark, the only light coming from the street lamps outside, filtering through the curtains. "Was it you, Rachel?" I whispered into the empty room. "Were you checking on me?" No answer came. No mysterious figure appeared in the computer chair, but for a brief moment I felt that same sense of comfort I'd experienced before. A presence that wasn't threatening, just there. I've gone back to that room many times since, hoping to see the figure again, to get some kind of confirmation that what I experienced was real. But it hasn't returned. The computer chair remains stubbornly, ordinarily empty. Sometimes I wonder if grief can be so powerful that it distorts our perception of reality. Maybe what I saw was just my mind's way of coping with the sudden, violent loss of someone I loved. Maybe it was nothing more than a visual manifestation of my emotional state. But then I remember how clearly I saw it, how the figure sat in that chair, a person-shaped void in a well-lit room, how it slowly faded away after I acknowledged its presence, and I can't help but believe it was something more. The police still haven't found Rachel's killer. David eventually moved away. Too many painful memories in this town. Life has gone on, as it always does after tragedy. But I find myself spending more time in my study these days. Not because I expect to see the figure again, but because that room now feels like a connection to something I can't explain. I don't know what visited me that day. I don't know if it was Rachel or something else entirely. But whatever it was, it chose to be with me at my lowest moment, when grief was threatening to swallow me whole. And for that, I'm grateful. Sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I sit in that reading chair and look across at the empty computer chair, and I whisper, "Thank you, just in case."